Dầu đâu? Let me find another guy.
Charlie sẽ bỏ chai.
Charlie ở dưới đây để gì? Hay đi hai cho hai cái cây nhau đi. Charlie kiếm được khác. Nhưng đây gì?
Tình yêu của má hai đây sao? Gì khám bệnh đó. Khi nào chiều khám bệnh cho em thấy em bệnh gì?
Đó. Cái này khám bệnh dữ lắm. Cái này thích khám bệnh lắm.
Dạ em.
Khi nào thấy em bệnh thấy bệnh gì đâu.
Ít em.
Rồi cho bà nội giờ một cái đi ngủ nè.
Đây gửi cái link qua cho bà nội đi.
Thôi bà nội không biết mở.
Bà nội là... mở hoài mà cứ không biết mở hoài vậy.
Bà nội là low tech.
Bà nội low tech mà bà nội sợ vừa low tech mà vừa sợ.
Sợ gì
sợ
nữa
thay
đâu.
đổi cái mới. Chứ học không học.
Học nhưng mà chắc đợi chừng nào người ta đến sao quả rồi mới học, chứ không phải không học.
Rồi tôi này vỗ ông nội kia.
Nó có mặc đồ đẹp mà bà nội con không được thấy. Next time vậy. Dạ tôi đi ngủ rồi, cởi đồ rồi.
Đồ đẹp gì?
Đồ này giống như.
Đồ nào?
Đồ này nó mặc quá.
Baby ơi.
Đợi con chút. Đợi con nó ngủ đã. Má hai lái xe gầm đường đi, đừng có mê giờ.
Má hai về rồi, tới nhà rồi.
Đọc nãy đang lái xe đọc tin nhắn tưởng dây lộn gì chứ.
Ai
nói gì? Chị hai nhắn tin gì tưởng hai bà kia gây lộn gì. Nói gì trời, vụ gì ta đang lái xe mà vụ gì.
Hai bà đó là drama queen, cho nên là tôi né quá trình né luôn, tôi đâu có tiếp xúc với bà nhiều.
Tại vì hồi xưa họ chưa có con thì má hai gọi điện cho dì ba con, rồi bây giờ má hai không thể gọi điện cho dì ba đâu.
Dì ba kêu dì ba lên Zoom, dì ba không chịu lên, dì ba làm biết.
Tại vì dì ba muốn nói chuyện với má hai thôi, chứ dì ba đâu có muốn nói chuyện với má hai. Dốt
Tào lao. Tôi chỉ nhớ thằng này thôi, tôi chẳng nhớ ai cả. Cái mặt dễ thương của nó đáng yêu quá, tôi mê nó quá. Trời ơi ôm đã quá. Ôi trời ơi. Trời ơi, nguyên một cục thịt đầu bánh tét của tôi đấy.
Lại con thấy mà khi muốn lọi cái tài. Nhìn nó không có mập mà sao khi cũng nặng vậy. Đâu có mập đâu.
Nó chắc, xương nó chắc. Nó vận động nhiều quá thì cái khả năng nó mập hơi ít.
Cũng ít vận động. Nó chỉ like nhiều. Nó tắt đen. Trời ơi, con tin này nó giật ra luôn hay vậy. Cái này nó làm được.
Nào nó gắn lại mới hay giật ra dễ rồi.
Charlie ngủ giận.
Charlie ngủ giận quá hả? Bây giờ má hai đang kiếm chìa khóa đây. Chìa khóa đâu?
Charlie ngủ ha.
Chìa khóa đâu? Chìa khóa.
Vậy thôi có nấm sập không?
Chìa khóa đâu? Chìa khóa đâu?
Cái nó mới. Cái nó mới cho nó.
Có xe đâu.
Charlie ngủ giỏi. Charlie ngủ ngoan. Hãy thương Charlie.
Bây giờ Canada
Charlie
đang nhiệt độ 0 độ cho nên nó mát, không có bị lạnh quá.
Trời, 0 độ mà mát.
0 độ đến đây là bên này là mát rồi đó.
Trời đất ơi.
0 độ là bao nhiêu độ em?
0 độ là 32 đấy.
Bên đó bao nhiêu độ em?
Bên đây đang 4 mấy 3 mấy, cũng lạnh mà. Cuối tuần này mới xuống 28.
Ồ vậy hả?
Cuối tuần này là siêu lạnh. Christmas siêu lạnh. Có thể có tuyết.
Châu.
Mẹ đây, mẹ đây, mẹ đây. Thứ hai có thấy con coi tuyết chưa? Chơi sữa. Ngủ mà biến biến. Bố ăn thôi. Bố ăn thôi. Bố mà la hét là bố. Good night Charlie. Charlie ngủ ngoan.
Không, phải để cho má hai thấy Charlie ngủ.
Tắt má hai đâu nè. Bây giờ má hai đừng la lớn cho con ngủ nha.
Mở nhỏ nhỏ đi, má hai thấy con là được rồi. Tắt tiếng cũng được. Tôi chỉ cần nhìn thấy trai đẹp thôi. Mê dai, mê dai.
Charlie ngủ giỏi. Charlie, yêu Charlie. Hai thương Charlie, má hai yêu Charlie. Daddy thương Charlie, daddy yêu Charlie. Bà ngoại thương Charlie, bà ngoại yêu Charlie. Cũng thương Charlie, ai cũng yêu Charlie. Sáng như thế nào con cũng ngủ dậy con la.
Ngủ đi có sức đó. Ngủ chưa?
Buông nọ.
Rồi.
còn ta dưới đây mua này lắm. Thích gì? Quá tiếc gì?
Thế nhưng mà
Anh hỏi chứ mà.
đi
Sao?
gì ra
Anh hỏi nói. I know what you mean. There you do. Wow. Okay. Cái phòng đang dở thịt. Yeah.
popping boba. Popping boba.
Người con lực cái gì?
buổi tối cũng 5 tiếng rồi.
Mốt em mua sữa bò
Cái bột nó xíu thì nó mịn hơn.
trên release nha. Mà em thấy nó uống nó cũng rẻ. Nó mua sữa bò cho mình. Amazon nó có bán sữa twist đó đó. Sữa đó thì sữa châu Âu vừa Úc Việt đó. Anh lấy lần nữa. Em nói để em cái đó cho nó được bổ hơn ở bên Việt. Kèm sữa kia.
Đẹp.
Yeah. Rồi đó mà sao ta
Delicacy from Germany.
Sao đưa sang cái password của cái Instagram của mình. Quá. Tiêu. Ủa, biết sai cũng là not helping. Hello, em biết mình quên
đang on sale. I like you. Like it stuck in me.
Anh em hai chả có lấy
For sure. Free rồi. Nào thôi. Supernatural.
Five minutes. To do all this? These two ends. Olay. These two are this octopus. I wish they would give us more time. And these two zebras. These two foxes. These two foxes.
Hai đứa chuối kìa. Hai đứa chuối. Chuối là
These two.
hai số 4 cái đây nè. Đó là hai kéo luôn nè. Hai kéo luôn, hai đi cùng luôn. Ta đi. Đó,
These two. These two. Ella.
kiếm nè. Kiếm nè. Sao vậy?
Whenever I'm mad, I just say caca. I see this, and this. These two R's. What? These two E's. These two Q's. These two F's and 5. These two B's. These two P's. These two M's.
Chạy thì cái này nó có nhiều.
These two caps.
Trên dưới.
These two things.
These two drums. These two drums. These two hats. And those two long. These two too. The hat and the mine. Do those two.
Hey, stop it.
Those two bracelets. Those two cables.
Đó giờ hết rồi.
Giật mình khi mà người thường
Try again. Second beat. Oh my god.
oh my god.
Let me crack your bone for you.
Hello. Mucho bone.
I was trying to crack your bone. What?
Anh là mucho bone.
Neighbor.
Không có ai cắt bồn của ai.
Get out of my lawn.
Okay, nói đây đó đi.
I am uncle.
Very hurry. There's only 5 minutes.
These two each. These two each. Each.
Anna. Anna ơi.
These two lemons. Yeah, I see those two windows. Oh, not you. No, I see two juice boxes. Two juice boxes. Two windows. Two things. This. No, this. Oh my god, two minutes. No, my way. Try to hook this one. Yep. This. Let's go. That's it. More than 2 cups. Please leave. These two cherries. That's why we give us so much time. I can't cut these two plants.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
I'm fasting. CPR. Your kissing lips. Nói chung mua bốn khách nhà những cái bạn này không
Rất đã. Không phải đi làm. Vâng. Để. Đau cái động tay. Biết chưa?
Sợ.
Út ơi,
So speech is a special gift to a human being. In terms of the complexity of what a human being can utter, no other creature can do this. The languages were consciously created so that simple utterance of the language will purify the system. Sanskrit language was created like this. So most of us probably are speaking in English language most of the time. English language has the minimum range of sounds, very minimum. This is why, right from your birth, if you're speaking only English language, you find it so difficult to utter some other mantra or some other language. So the more minimalistic the range of sounds that you utter happens, the less vak-shuddhi you have. So now you have to fix it by a certain active awareness and volition. One is the sound, another is the intention of the sound. You can say, "Hey," out of great love, or you can say, "Hey," out of something else. Now, both of them will not produce the same impact on the system, because the volition of the action is the important or the major part of the karmic process is in the volition, not in the action. Similarly, major part of the karma is in the volition, not in the sound. But if the sounds were scientifically structured, as in the mantras and in Sanskrit language, then even without much awareness, if you utter, still you would benefit, simply because of the nature of the arrangement of sounds. But now we are speaking languages which are no more made like that. So it is best to handle it with intention. If this happens to be my last words to this person, how I would utter this? Like that I will utter to whoever I speak. It's a fantastic way of fixing your vak-shuddhi. Vak-shuddhi means cleansing the sounds that you utter. If you bring the right intention into every single sound that you utter, these sounds will reverberate in a certain way within you. This foundation of the right kind of reverberation is necessary if you want to use this human system as a higher possibility. Otherwise, it will only drag behind you all the time. If you want this to be a bigger possibility, this must have a foundation of the right kind of reverberation, and vak-shuddhi or cleansing the sounds that you utter is an important part of that. But if you can become utterly still, nothing like it. Why this is important is, if you simply become silent within yourself, there is no better way, it is the ultimate way. If you can just simply become still within yourself, that is the best way. If that's not happening, the next best and the next best is like this. You can say Shiva, it is the closest things to stillness. Otherwise, just one word doesn't do for you. You can have a little more elaborate, you need a sing-song, you can do Brahmananda Swarupa, something, or whatever mantra you picked among those 5, 6 that are there. Whatever you resonate with, you just do that. You can just bring it into your life like that.
So I think the first one that I wanted to pick up on, and it was the bit that I found most inspiring from your session this morning, was you made a lot of play on the difference between the solidity inside and then the kind of the personality and the identity that we portray to the outside world. And I feel that some of the biggest challenges we face as marketers and in brands is that we spend a huge amount of time thinking about the way we portray ourselves to the outside world, but we don't really get ourselves right inside first. From the experience that you've had dealing with individuals about that, what advice would you give to business people and to brands about how they can start the process of getting right inside first?
So the fundamental flaw in this entire process is, without enhancing yourself, you're trying to enhance your activity. It's like… You're from UK, eh?
Scotland, yes.
Scotland. You take a…
This man in one of his teachings online on YouTube, and he blew me away. Right after watching his teaching, I went on a hunt to really find this gentleman. His name, Sai Guru.
I met Will Smith and I told him, I'm sorry, there's only one movie that I watched. That was where he acted as Muhammad Ali. Now people keep on asking, you love motorcycles. When did I say that? I don't love motorcycles.
We're here tonight. Sadhguru is in town. I've been following him for a while. He wrote a wonderful book called Inner Engineering. I wanted my family to meet spiritual people, to start interacting with people who are not hooked on the material world.
I'm in my feelings now. I'm ready to be enlightened. Can't believe he's crossing America on a motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
That's so cool.
Welcome, welcome. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to be able to enjoy this time with you.
In any area of life, those who are most successful are always the most miserable people because they thought they got to the top of the world. And the top of the world doesn't feel like top of the world. What happened yesterday, they're suffering today. Are you suffering life or your memory? You're just suffering your memory. What may happen day after tomorrow, you already suffer. You're suffering your imagination. A vivid sense of memory, imagination. This is what makes us who we are, isn't it?
Still and wait for din to settle and silence to blossom. When I sing that song, will you be or busy? Sadhguru.
Yeah.
You be Sadhguru.
You're suffering your perception of all of those things. You're suffering how you
You're
think
a bad
it
director of your own drama.
Yes, exactly.
You stay wonderful. You never give up your wonderfulness. Do not surrender your wonderfulness no matter who the hell does what. Let them do whatever.
Lights are on. Sadhguru is now entering beast mode. He's sliding into beast mode. Right now, he's got to watch out. Don't crash. Do not fall. Do not break anything. The world awaits Sadhguru's next move. And ladies and gentlemen, he's off. And he's gone. Sadhguru, ladies and gentlemen. Sadhguru. Sadhguru.
One Maluma, huh? Here you are, man.
You know that this is for me such a big dream to be in touch with you.
You must play the body, you must play the mind, you must play your emotions, you must play your energies. Only and only when there is no fear of suffering will you walk your life full stride.
Por mí te vieron, déjame decirte. Se ve que él te trata bien, que es todo un caballero.
Namaskaram, one.
Hey, what's up?
One Maluma, huh? Here you are, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Where are you, huh? Are you in Medellin?
Colombia. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm in Colombia.
Oh,
Thank you so much for coming.
I hear a lot of transformation in Medellin in a big way, a lot of beautiful things happening there.
Yeah, it is a beautiful city, it is a beautiful country. Well, I'm always flying around, but this is home for me. And I'm so happy to have this conversation with you here in my house, in my home, my hometown, Medellin. Thanks for your time.
Wonderful. I've met your Prime Minister and I've met also Ricardo Lozano Picon.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the Environment and Sustainability Minister. He's been inviting me to Colombia for quite some time, but
Do you have
you-
any plans to come? No.
you must take me there. Why not? See,
Please.
I've traveled everywhere in the world except South America.
You know that it's incredible because we have a lot of people who really love you from Colombia and from Medellin especially.
If
I know
if you
that
are if you
you're
are one
always
of them,
flying.
I'm coming, huh?
No,
If
of
you are
course, of course I am, and I'm hopefully I could see you in person. No, where are you now?
I'm in India in our Isha Yoga Center in India in Coimbatore. Our
Okay, are you gonna
backyard,
stay there?
no, in another few days, I'll be in United States in a week or so, in 2 weeks or so.
I want to go to India. That's one of my biggest dreams.
You must come, tell me when you want to come, we'll set up something for you.
Okay,
Something we can do
thank you.
nice.
Thank you very much. Well, you know that this is for me such a big dream to be in touch with you. Uh, uh, I don't know. For me, it's something like almost unreal because for me, you're one of my biggest inspirations. You know,
Thank you.
I'm in this crazy industry, the music industry, and well, I started when I was 16 years old. So.
Mhm.
And I'm already 27, so I had to live so many things at the same time, you know. So my life is being changing real quick. So if it wasn't because of your teachings or your lessons, I wouldn't be the strong man that I'm right now. So I wanted
Wonderful.
to thank
I'm
to be
glad.
pretty thankful to you. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I don't know. May I?
Yeah, please, any kind of question is okay. But I heard that you make your Colombian coffee, I've had that, but you must come to South India and have coffee, then you may not leave this place.
You know, someone told me that the coffee in India is crazy good, yeah?
South
It's
Indian coffee,
good.
where we are is the best coffee you can find.
Well, have you tried the Colombian one?
Yes, I have. It's good. Colombian
And what
coffee
do
is
you
very good.
think? Is better?
It's very rich, but it can't be better, come on.
Okay, I love coffee too, and I drink coffee every morning. So, well, we have something in common too. So sad. I wanted to ask you this because for me it's pretty important because I don't know when I'm gonna stop working. You know what I mean? Because sometimes
Hey,
I
I thought
feel
you're
like
singing. You singing is not work. Huh? You're getting to sing, and why is it work? Huh? Don't call it work.
well, but okay, well for me because I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. So when I'm on stage, of course I feel that I'm not working. But you have so many compromises and so many things to do at the same time. It's not only about singing. And sometimes I feel like I need to stop or slow down a little bit, but I feel like a lot of pressure every day. You know, when I wake up, because there's a lot of people like they eat because of my job. So I feel like I do it for me, but sometimes I would also feel like I do it for a lot of people around me. So I feel if I take the decision to stop, I'm gonna be kind of evil with the world and with me. What do you think about it?
See, Owen, you need to understand this. Even in our life, there are only two things. One is profoundness of experience within ourselves. People think they're doing different things. Somebody sings, somebody dances, somebody drinks, somebody drugs, somebody prays, somebody meditates, somebody goes after conquest and wealth and whatever. All this is essentially seeking profoundness of experience. You want to experience something more. The man who goes to the temple and the man who goes to the bar, they're looking for the same thing, they want profoundness of experience. One thinks it's in heaven, another thinks it's in the bottle, all right? But essentially, all human experience happens within us. It never happened in heaven, nor did it happen in the bottle. Bottle might have stimulated something, but heaven might have stimulated something. But all experience, pain and pleasure, joy and misery, agony and ecstasy, everything happened only within us. So, profoundness of experience has to happen first. For this, there are tools to see how our experience is very profound, no matter we're doing a big thing or a small thing. Right now you're breathing. Do you think it's a very big thing or a small thing?
It's a big thing, yeah.
If it's a small thing, you must give it up, I'm saying it is the biggest thing you're doing. But a lot of people think that's not good enough, they must be doing something else. If you understand or if you realize and experience, just breathing is such a phenomenal thing. Being alive is the greatest thing that's happening in the universe right now is you're alive, all right? So profoundness of experience, there is a way to create this, what inner engineering is about, that you make your experience of life very profound. Once your experience of life is very profound, whether you're doing this or that doesn't make a difference. Whether you're on stage being, performing, people clapping and adulating, all that is fine. Or you're simply sitting and breathing, both will be same experience in terms of profoundness. Once you do that, now what is the next thing? As human beings, anyway we are performing some activity. The question is our activity impactful or not? That's all the question. Some people are performing impactful activity, some people are spinning on the same place, there's no traction, they're just spinning in the same place. Now in your life, when you have the opportunity to do something that you love to do, this is very important, because most people are doing something…
very grateful.
Most people are doing something that doesn't mean anything. Certain surveys in United States of America shows 70% of the people hate their work, all right? Hate, not dislike, not tense, hate. So 5 days in a week, if you do something that you hate, naturally weekend you're overdosed. What else will you do? So, when you have a life where you're doing something that you love to do, and it is also for whatever reasons, it's the times. See, we must understand the impact of what we're doing is not all ours, it is the times in which we exist. See, only because of 21st century, 2021 that we are sitting here, that you are sitting in Medellin and I'm sitting in Coimbatore, but we can be talking. You think in 1921 we could have done this?
No, of course not.
Definitely not. You think we could have done it 1,000 years ago? No, it's only now. So we are talking like this because it's a consequence of time. So let us not think that everything, the impact that we are creating in the world is not all ours. We are just riding on the times. So right now, you're doing what you love to do, you are creating the impact. Only thing is, profoundness of experience has to come, that your experience of being alive has to become so profound. It doesn't matter what you have to do today. Maybe next 1 year you won't sing, you will be doing only management and sales and nonsense and whatever, but still even that can be profound aspect of your work. That can be profound experience. If your experience of being alive is profound, everything becomes profound. You sit and breathe is profound, you take a morsel of food, it's profound. You look at a mountain or a river or a cloud, it becomes profound. Everything becomes profound because you have done that to yourself, because human experience happens within us, not because of what is around us. It is happening that way because that's the way we are. That is what we need to attend to. If that one thing you attend to, your genius will flower. You may produce things that you have not imagined possible in your life. So you've worked for 11 years and now you're talking like a tired old man, maybe I have to stop. And nobody even put you to work, you're just singing, man.
No, I understand, absolutely, but I don't know, sometimes it's just the feeling of being tired. It plays a little game in your mind, because you feel like when I feel sometimes that I have to do certain things, I feel under pressure, and I don't like that, because I feel like I'm a free soul, that's what I love composing, that's what I love going to the studio, that's what I love going and perform. So sometimes when the thing gets serious, I feel like I don't like it that much. I still do it, but sometimes I feel like, well, when I started, it was just like living this dream, and sometimes it gets not only a dream because the business is involved with it too, you know. So I don't want to feel like one day I'm gonna lose the sparkle, you know. It's not happening now. It's not happening now because I'm pretty happy. I'm very grateful, and I'm working in my next album and feel pretty inspired. But I don't want to wake up one day and feel like my dreams are over. Come here, Buddha. Let me introduce you my dog. His name is Buddha. Well, look at that. Say hi. You're blessed, man. Look who's watching you.
So,
That's it.
one, you just said, what you are saying is essentially different activities are doing different things to you. You said it plays in your mind. What you need to do is, nothing should play in your mind, you should play in your mind, not something else. Something else is playing in your mind, you usually traditionally they would say you're possessed, all right? Nothing else should play in your mind except you. Your mind is your play field. Nobody has any business to play there.
Yeah.
Your mind is your play field. Only you should be playing there. Somebody else, something else playing there means we've gotten a few fundamental things off. If you were playing in your mind, if you were deciding what should happen in your mind, right now and every moment of your life, would you choose to keep yourself blissful or miserable? What's your
No,
choice?
blissful.
Yeah? So that's what needs to happen, that you must be playing your mind. Your mind should not be playing you. Your body should not be playing you. You must play the body, you must play the mind, you must play your emotions, you must play your energies. Right now, it's like the road is driving you. Then where you will go, we know where you will go, all right? If you're driving, you can choose to go where you want. So, these are fundamentals that people have missed in their life. This is what I'm calling as inner engineering. Engineering yourself in such a way, you engineer yourself in the way you want yourself to be. See, you don't have to be the way I want you to be. You must be the way you want to be, because in the end, if you really look at it, you ask any human being, this question I just asked you now, if there was a choice, would you like to be miserable or blissful? Believe me, 100% of the population, when they're in their senses, they will say blissful. Yes or no? So if all of us want the same thing, what is the problem? The problem is we have not taken charge of it. We think something else is doing it. No, nothing else is doing it. This is why it is very important in the yogic system, we said your life is your karma. This means, karma means action. Your life is your doing. But I didn't do this, I didn't do the stress, I didn't do the anxiety, I didn't do the depression. No, you are doing it, it's just that it is such a elaborate and sophisticated mechanism, you don't have a full grip on it. That's the whole problem. See, for example, right now people will say, oh, if I go sit on the beach, I feel so peaceful, office is a terrible place, all right? You just park them on the beach for next 7 days, you will see how miserable these people are, okay?
Yeah.
Just… they were only enjoying a little distance from what they were doing. People say, I'm suffering my work, fire them and see how happy they will be. They won't be. So the problem is not in what we are doing, the problem is we have not taken charge of our faculties. If everything, your thought and emotion, not even everything, if your thought and emotion just happen the way you want, you would definitely be blissful every moment of your life, isn't it? And only… only and only when there is pleasantness of experience, your intelligence, your genius, the most wonderful aspects of who you are will come out. When you're not in a pleasant experience, ugly things will come out.
Wow. Yeah, totally right. Thank you. I never thought about it like that. Thank you. Oof. Okay, I have a question for you. I don't know because
Yeah, but you
this
can ask me any number of questions, but in the end you got to sing for me.
I'm going to, of course. I'm gonna learn a song from India, and then I'm gonna sing it to you.
No, today you must sing for me. If you sing for me,
Okay.
I will… in your song somewhere I will sing 2 sentences for you.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay, I'm gonna sing for you. I'm gonna sing for you. Question. I have this question because it gets me kind of confused sometimes. For what's been spiritual?
See, when you say myself, the headphones that you're wearing, is that you?
No.
No.
Yeah.
It's
No.
yours, it's not you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, it is making you hear things better than your ears would do by themselves. But still you know it's not you, you're wearing it, so it's yours, but it's not you. If it doesn't work, you'll get rid of it and put a new one. Now, let's talk about your ears. Are they yours or is it you?
No, that's me.
Really?
No?
Do you say my ear or do you say ear me?
Well, my ear, yeah.
Yes, so it is yours, it's not you. If your ears are yours, not you, your eyes, are they your eyes or is it
Yeah.
you?
Well, my eyes, yeah.
Your eyes. Same goes for the nose, same goes for your voice. I'm coming to deeper things now. Your vocal cords, they're all yours, not you, right? It's yours. So
Yeah.
this very body is yours because you gathered it over a period of time. You were not born like this, you came like this, like a little baby, and slowly you gathered this. How? Just the food that you eat. Now I don't want to talk about the South American food. We need to do some changes there.
No, next time you come to my house, you're gonna love it. You're gonna like it, I'm sure.
So, the food that we have eaten has become the body. How did food come? Just the earth became food, food became body. One day this body will become earth once again, yes or no?
Yeah.
So, what you call as my body is something that you gathered. What you gather cannot be you, it can only be yours. So this body is yours, it's fine, for now only it is yours. In another 100 years, it'll not be yours. Countless number of people walk this planet before you and me. Where are they now? They're all topsoil, isn't it? So you and me also will become topsoil, I will go before you, don't worry.
Well, let's see. That's great.
we will become topsoil. So essentially, we have gathered this body and made it what it is. What you call as our mind is the impressions we have taken in from around us. By seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, we have gathered so many impressions. That is also gathered. So what you call as body is a heap of food, what you call as mind is a heap of impressions. So what you gather cannot be you, it can only be yours. So your body is yours, your mind is yours, where is you, I am asking?
It's the spirit.
No, don't come to conclusion. Where are you right now?
I'm here in Medellin, my house.
No, your body is in Medellin, in the studio, with a
Okay.
dog bothering you from behind. But that is your body. Where are you?
Okay. Well,
Well, it
I don't
doesn't
know,
matter. It doesn't matter, but you do exist, isn't it? You definitely exist. So what is this that I call as myself? When you begin to experience that, which is beyond all accumulations, which is beyond physical nature, then we say you are spiritual. Spiritual is not a belief system, spiritual is not a religion, spiritual is not an ideology or philosophy. Spiritual means you have started experiencing something beyond the physicality of who you are. Beyond your physical self, you started experiencing something. This means you're spiritual.
Okay. Wow.
I want you to look at the next phase of that. If you are experiencing yourself beyond what you call as my body, beyond what you call as my mind, this is the end of suffering in your life. Because there are only two types of suffering, physical suffering and mental suffering. Do you know any other kind of suffering?
No, only those.
Only those. Once you are beyond this body, beyond this mind, when you start experiencing something beyond that, this is the end of suffering. Once there is no fear of suffering, Only and only when there is no fear of suffering will you walk your life full stride. Otherwise, the fear of suffering is always making people take half steps, never take full steps.
Okay.
So if a human being wants to realize their full potential in their existence here, the most important thing is that you must know something beyond your body and beyond your mind. You must know whatever happens with your life, still there is something beyond that which is absolutely spectacular, because life is the most spectacular thing happening here. When that is in your experience, not in your belief, but in your experience, then you will walk full stride, realizing the full potential of what an individual human being can do. And that's what needs to happen to every human being.
Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. But yeah, because I feel like I lived it already. Things beyond my mind and my body. I felt it before, like things that is kind of difficult to explain. But that's when I feel like that's a spiritual world for me. When it's something that is almost, for me, it's almost impossible to describe. But I just feel it from the
See,
bottom.
I would say a whole lot of human beings, many of them in the world, would have had moments like that. Some people might have had more moments than somebody else, but almost every human being, at some point in their life, they would have touched something which is beyond physicality. Only problem is they're not able to stay there, because it is like a trampoline. They're jumping up and feeling something, but they're falling back. What they need is a staircase. So this is what inner engineering is, it's a staircase to get there and stay there.
Mm-hmm. And how is the right way to stay to get there and stay there?
I will ask them to send
Easiest
you…
way.
I will I will ask them to send you a preparatory 7-session thing for you. It's called Inner Engineering Online. I'll ask them to send you a link today itself. You just go through the 7 sessions. This will clear the mind in terms of what is it that we are doing wrong with ourselves. And then there is a completion program which can also be done online or physically in United States or in India, where there's a powerful process. So this process is called Shambhavi. Can you pronounce Shambhavi?
Shambhavi.
Yeah, that's great. Once you do it, you will start singing about it for sure, because if you sit… this is just a 21-minute practice. If you sit and do Shambhavi, if you sit here, what happens is, your body will be here, your mind is somewhere else, what is you is elsewhere. Once a clear gap arises between you and your body, between you and your mind, so you're sitting there like with 3 identities of body, mind and yourself. But when you open your eyes, again you get stuck. But if you keep doing it morning, evening, every day, a day will come when you open your eyes, you're still the same way. Your body is here, mind is there, what is you is here. Once there is this separation, you can use your body and your mind in ways that people cannot imagine possible. You can live in such a way that people think you're superhuman. But this is not about being superhuman, this is about realizing that being human itself is super. Even if you look at it in terms of evolution, well, on this planet, the most evolved creature on this planet is human being. This means we are literally on top of the world. But human beings are not experiencing life like it's top of the world. They are one species who are cribbing all the time.
Wow.
And even you, a successful musician at the age of 29, you are super successful and you are cribbing.
I know. I started meditating when I was 12 years old, and it was weird here in Colombia or the Occident. Like people they didn't understand what we were doing, so we were like a pretty small group of people that we used to meditate every day, and to be honest, it changed my life. And I've been doing it since I was 12 years old. And if you send me how's it called,
It's called… let's call it inner engineering, it's easy that way, Shambhavi.
Okay. Shambhavi, the Shambhavi, that will help me a lot too. And I wanna bring those lessons to my country, because I know that there are a lot of people here. There's a lot of people here who they get stuck in pretty difficult moments in their life, and I try to teach them what I've been doing for so many years, and it's kind of difficult for them to
So,
understand. So
for larger groups of people, we will send you another one, which is… all these things are available free for people to do. It's called Isha Kriya. Millions of people
okay,
around the world are doing it. I will ask them to send that to you. You share it with as many people as you want, because they
thank
must
you.
do this. Because, this whole thing is about… my whole effort is this. When I was 25 years of age, I came to a very profound experience within myself. Unasked, simply, it happened. I was just sitting somewhere and I suddenly found every cell in my body burst into an ecstatic state. So it didn't just for a few minutes, but it lasted for hours. And if I close my eyes, I think it's 2 minutes, but 7, 8 hours would be gone like this, I would feel like this because I was so ecstatic. Then after a few weeks, I realized, if I don't mess with my mind, I'm ecstatic. I'm just like dripping ecstasy. Then the fool that I was at the age of 25, I sat down and made a plan that at that time the world's population was 5.6 billion people. I made a plan, in the next 2.5 years, I will make the whole world ecstatic. Who will not want it? Well, 40 years, look at me Well, we touched a little over nearly… we touched nearly
But
2 billion people, but we've touched
but
nearly 2 billion…
you're doing an amazing job. You're doing an amazing job. Wow,
But I
crazy!
will die of
Congratulations.
failure, I know that. So if all your fans start meditating a little bit, at least a simple form of meditation, I will increase, better my failure percentages.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna tell my fans that they have to live it, because it worked for me. It is working for me. I'm a very happy young man. I want to keep dreaming. I want to keep achieving many goals, but I wanna teach them where I live in right now. So I really wanted to be in touch with you, so you can say by yourself, thank you.
This Isha Kriya is available in Spanish also. The
Okay,
instructions are in
okay.
Spanish.
Great. I have another question, and this is something that I always think about, and is about karma. What is a bad and a good karma?
See, the word karma literally means action. What is action? See, now you're sitting there. Even if you're not saying anything, not doing anything, your body is in some kind of action, isn't it? Physical action is happening.
Yeah.
Mental action is happening. Emotional action is happening. It may be pleasant, it may be unpleasant, but some action is happening. For all these three activities to happen, the energetic action is also happening. So, 4 dimensions of karma, all of us are performing every moment of our life. In wakefulness and in sleep, we are performing karma. But last 24 hours, what time is it in Colombia right now?
It's 10 a.m.
Oh, okay. So, in the last 24 hours, if you look back, how much of these 4 dimensions of karma did you perform consciously? If you look at that, it is way below 1% for almost every human being on the planet. Because what the body is doing, what the mind is doing, what the emotions are doing, what our life energies are doing, we are not aware of this. Only small percentage are aware. Right now, for example, do you ride motorcycles?
Yeah, I love ATVs, 4 wheels.
ATV got 4 wheels, that's not for a young man. I ride motorcycles, what is this?
I used to have one, but I don't know, I got afraid of it. I don't know why. Yeah,
You must come and ride with me,
please,
You
please,
know,
please. I'm not gonna feel afraid next to you.
I rode across United States last season, you know that, last year?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw you. Amazing.
So, suppose you're riding a ATV, let's say.
Hmm.
Out of 10 minutes of driving it, 9 minutes you close your eyes and drive. You know what'll happen?
Crash,
Disaster
no?
only, yes. So
Yeah.
right now, if we are not even conscious even of 1% of the activity that we are performing within ourselves, and we think why life is happening the way it's happening, everything looks like an accident simply because we're unconscious most of the time. If you
Yeah.
if you bring, let's say, yes or no?
Yeah.
Because this is your karma, that is the way you move your hand, that is the way you walk, that is the way you speak, that's the way you do things. This is how karma is. Because every action that you perform, it leaves a residual footprint within us. Initially it starts as a chemical footprint, then it becomes an energetic footprint, then it becomes a karmic footprint. So every action that you do, you move your hand like this, it is leaving a footprint. You say something, it's leaving a footprint. You generate a thought, it's leaving a footprint. This is life's way of recording everything that you do, because that's how you become a person, all right? It is the karmic memory which makes you a certain kind of person. Suppose we wipe out all your memory, then you wouldn't know who you are not a person anymore, because personality needs memory, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
of course.
karma is the basis of who you are. People are thinking there is bad karma, good karma, no. We have performed actions all kinds. Some are physical actions, some are mental, some are emotional. For a whole lot of human beings in today's world, in the modern world, 90% of their life is psychological and emotional karma. Only 10% they're doing activity. Maybe 2 centuries ago, they were doing more physical karma and less mental karma. But today, there is more mental and emotional karma and very little physical karma. So, especially mental karma leaves a strong footprint upon everything that you are. The way you think, the way you feel, the way you project things, all this is leaving an imprint. After some time, it makes you like an automatic human being. After that, you don't have to think, anyway you will do it that way. I am saying the way somebody brushes their teeth is unique to each person. That's how life is, you know? Everybody doesn't brush their teeth the same way because that is karma. The memory that we have in our system function in a certain way, or slowly it forms a rut. So, once if you're driving ATVs, you have definitely driven in ruts, isn't it? Where there are pathways which gone inside. Whatever you try to do, it just keeps going in the rut. So karma is like that. If you're not conscious, it will form a rut. After that, after some time, it looks like somebody else is running your life. It looks like some other destiny is running your life. So if you make efforts to make yourself conscious about the karma that you're performing on a daily basis, you will see, you will become the person who crafts your own destiny. Somebody else or something else will not craft your destiny. So karma is the most dynamic way to live. When I say my life is my karma, I'm saying my life is my making. This is the most dynamic way to exist. But unfortunately, people are interpreting it like it's a fatalistic thing, Ayo karma, what can I do? No, karma means it's what you have done. If you understand everything that's happening to you right now, you're feeling wonderful, you're feeling horrible, both these things are done by you. If you understand this, naturally you will do wonderful things, isn't it? Right now I think, I'm feeling wonderful, maybe God is nice to me, I'm feeling horrible, maybe devil is bothering me. Well, you can't fix it anymore. You cannot fix it anymore.
Oh my God, that's so true. Wow, thank you. That's amazing. Wow, speechless.
You must sing a song now, this is the time.
Okay, I'm gonna sing for you like a romantic song, yeah?
Okay.
Or heavy reggaeton. You like reggaeton?
Reggae is fine with me. Romantic song don't want if it's
I
directed
wanna
towards
love
me.
you and treat you right. I wanna love you, hey, every day and every night. We'll be together, yeah. But now I'm gonna sing one of mine because that was Bob Marley. I'm gonna sing one of my songs. I'm gonna sing this one. Deja de mentirte. Ey, la foto que subiste con él diciendo que era tu cielo. Bebé, yo te conozco también, sé que fue para darme celos. No te diré quién, pero llorando por mí te vieron. Por mí te vieron. Déjame decirte. Se ve que él te trata bien, que es todo un caballero. Pero eso no cambiará que yo llegué primero. Sé que te va a ir bien, pero no te quiere como yo te quiero. There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
Wonderful.
you for your lessons. I'm your fan. I love what you do in this amazing world that we live in. Feeling very grateful. My aunt also, she loves you so much. Also, her kids, they're always seeing your videos. They're always
Oh,
asking
please
about you.
give my regards and blessing to your aunt and the kids, especially the kids.
Of course, and they're so young. I mean, Apollo, he's
And
6 years old.
I am also a fan of one of your Colombian football stars. We
Who?
call him we call him James, you call him something else, but what do you call him?
James, you like
James.
soccer?
Yeah, yeah,
James Rodriguez.
yeah. James Rodriguez,
Yeah,
yes.
he's one.
And
He's
I
one of the
think
best.
he's a spectacular player, but somehow he didn't make it as big as he should have. Maybe
Well, you should talk to him. Maybe you will
because
help him.
in terms of talent, he's fantastic, but
He's great.
I think only if he moves to Europe, you become famous. If you live in South
Yeah,
America, it gets…
it's difficult. It's kind of difficult. I know. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. What time is there?
Right now it's 8:45 in the evening.
Okay. Have a great night then.
Yep.
Say hi to your team. Thank you very much. I hope to
Thank
see you
you.
pretty soon in
All the
person.
best for you. We
and
must catch
have
up
more
somewhere.
time.
I'm in United States for 3 months. If you're coming there, we'll catch up with you.
I'll be there. I'll be there in Miami. I'll be there in Miami and also Los Angeles.
Okay then.
Okay.
We'll catch up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God
Namaskar.
bless you. Bye.
Wonderful, John. All the best for you. What do you do with this man? Because this man is like this not because he's a coward. He is like this because he's decided how to be in his life. He's decided he lives peacefully and joyfully. You pull him whichever way you want, he won't come your way, he'll go only where he wants to go. An intelligent man or no? Huh? Just you must look at yourself and see. Anybody can drag you whichever way they want, isn't it? One word, just one word, they can drag you. This freedom, every human being, especially the youth of this country, must earn, that nobody can decide how you are within yourself and what you will do with your life. You decide. Otherwise, you will live a life of a slave. When you live like a slave, at some point your frustration will burst out as violence. So it doesn't just happen to the doctors, it just happens to everybody. It's happening to all kinds of people every day, isn't it?
Sadhguru, the heartbeat bill that has recently been declared in the US, it declares that any woman who aborts anything with a heartbeat, she is declared a criminal immediately.
I didn't understand that. Please.
The heartbeat law…
I don't think her microphone is…
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
The heartbeat law states that any woman who kills or aborts anything with a heartbeat, she immediately is declared a criminal. And this is a law in a developed country like US. And obviously, there are certain cases where we see pregnancy brought about by rape, pregnancy in teens, and also pregnancy with fetal anomalies. So, and they are still forced to have these children. So, do you think it is justified that a law can take away a woman's right to her own womb?
See, I'm not for these kind of laws, all right? But at the same time, I want you to look at it with a little broader aspect. In this country, there have been many people who have killed their own daughters. I'm particularly saying daughters because that happens more to girls. It also happens to boys. Because the father believes, after all, you're my child, if you don't behave the way I want, I will kill you. It's happened or no? Not one or two, it's happened in quite substantial number that you cannot ignore the number, that kind of number has happened. So where does this right come? Because it is because of me you're born, so you must do what I want you to do, so I'll take your life. So similarly, it's my womb, I will do whatever I want, this will not go. At the same time, a woman has a freedom to do what she wants. But what she wants does not mean you can take it to any level of irresponsibility. There was a time when women had no means to prevent pregnancies, all right? Today there's substantial means, isn't it? So I would say, within 5, 6 or 10 weeks or 12 weeks or 14 weeks, you must terminate if you don't wish. But allowing the child to grow, I've seen cases, I'm saying this particularly because I've seen people, they have boyfriends and they got pregnant. Now, it is 5-month pregnancy, this really came to me a few months ago, and the boyfriend left her, some fight between them, she went away. Now she wants to abort the child. This is not okay. You cannot go on like this. I think some kind of number of weeks we can fix. In my judgment, I think before 48 days, if it happens, it's best. But sometimes a woman may not be able to know that she is pregnant. Let us allow 10 weeks, 12 weeks, maybe 14 weeks. You can't go to 25 weeks, 30 weeks and try to terminate a child. It's not nice. Because it's alive, it's a living life. You must understand, of all the creatures on this planet, a fetus as a life is the most helpless life. Yes? Even a little child, a 2-year-old child, if you try to do harm to him, he will bite, he will do fight, he has some defense. A fetus is totally in your mercy. You must treat it with utmost compassion. Because of your convenience, you can't do whatever you want. At the same time, does somebody else decide this? No. A woman should decide this, there's no question about that. But at the same time, some kind of norm has to be there, that within this much time it must happen. After the child has grown, there is substantial studies saying the child has even emotion towards the mother. You don't kill a life which has emotion, isn't it? That amounts for something else. So I think both the sides take extreme positions, this is the problem. Let's take a more humane and practical position. Why? Why are you for or against something? It is a question of life, isn't it? How do we handle this life? With what due respect do I handle this life? It's been happening, it's yesterday or day before, there is some information saying the male-female proportion in the country has improved, congratulations. But at the same time, why was it down? Female children who are born after… because they didn't go for sonogram, this, that, they're born and they're girls. Simple thing, what's being done in the villages is, they just take some paddy granules and put it in the mouth. It gets stuck somewhere and the child dies in a terrible way, just because it's a female. So now, If I can terminate a child at 5, 6 months, why not after 10 months when the child has come out? I'm saying the logic will extend itself, you must be careful about taking up causes, because what is the consequence of what we do today, tomorrow? To what extremes will people take it? This must be taken into account, because what I'm saying is not a rarity. How many thousands must have been killed? Only a few are caught. Hello? Only a few are caught, thousands have been killed. Because a 5-day-old child, if it dies, people will think something happened to the child. Infant mortality is there. How much of this infant mortality is actually murder, nobody knows, okay? So we must be careful what we argue for. This is not about this versus that. A more humane way of handling life is definitely needed, isn't it?
Namaskaram Sadhguru. Fasting on auspicious days has existed in India since time immemorial, but many Indians believe that it's unscientific and illogical. Until the work on autophagy induced during fasting has been awarded the Nobel Prize. Even I started doing intermittent fasting this year. So why are such beneficial ancient practices being labeled orthodox and then immediately implemented once there is a Western approval?
That's because you don't have the right color of the skin. I've been talking about this for 40 years, all right? And I have seen hundreds and thousands of people who just become healthy and well simply because they're not fueling up all the time when the tank is filling. In the yoga center, everybody eats at 10 o'clock in the morning and at 7 o'clock in the evening. Our lives are very physically active. There are no automobiles inside the ashram, it's a large place. Everybody either walks or cycles. Even if you have to go to the dining hall, it's a kilometer. If you want to go to your workplace, it's half a kilometer, 1 kilometer, like this. All the time, people are physically active. So everybody is very hungry. By the time it's 3:30, 4 o'clock in the evening, they're extremely hungry. But we learn to live with that, because hunger, empty stomach and hunger are two different things. Hunger means your energy levels start dropping. But empty stomach is a good thing. In the yogic sciences, today modern science also is coming in line with this. But what we know by our experience, you will spend $1 billion to come there. Because research is all about how many $1 million, that's how it is. Your body and your brain works at its best only when your stomach is empty. So we always make sure we eat in such a way, how much ever we eat, our stomach must be always empty within 2 to 2.5 hours' time maximum. So we go to bed hungry always. People think they cannot sleep. They can sleep. On an average, for 25 years on an average, I slept only 2.5 to 3 hours. These days I'm getting little lazy and sleeping anywhere between 3.5 to 4.5 hours in spite of the level of travel that I have. When I say level of travel, if I say my level of travel in the next few days, you will fall off your chair. Yes? Should I tell you? No, not necessarily. Because in the next 10 days, I'm in 5 different countries doing I don't know how many events, all kinds of events. So, you are able to keep this up simply because you don't overeat. It's very, very important. Everybody eats 2 meals. I generally eat only 1 meal, 4:35 in the evening, because I don't like to sit in front of the plate and worry about how much to eat. I like to eat well. So, 4:35 in the evening, if I eat a meal, it's only next day. Is this enough? Am I looking okay? Hello? I'm not looking like your patient, isn't it? I'm not going to come to you because any correction and purification that needs to happen in the body, your stomach needs to be empty. It's very, very important. Otherwise, the purification on the cellular level will not happen. You pile up things and then you have all kinds of problems. The first thing is inertia in the body. Inertia means there are many levels of inertia. If you don't notice all that, the amount of sleep that you have is inertia. All of you have come here to live or… Hello? To live, right? Not here, I'm saying into this life. You want to live or… The intention of life is to live, isn't it? But because you talked about American doctors, this is all being picked up here also. All American doctors say minimum 7 to 8 hours you must sleep. So that means 1/3 of your life you must sleep. Another 2-3 hours, 4 hours goes in bath, toilet, eating, this, you know. So literally 50% of your life is just maintenance. Suppose you have a vehicle, you have a motorcycle or a car, if it goes to service 1 day in a month, all right to keep it. If it goes to service 15 days in a month, this is a nuisance, isn't it so? Most people have made their systems into a nuisance because their own body is a big impediment in their life. Anything they want to do, their body will not allow them to do. So in this there are many aspects. One important aspect is people are eating much more than what they should eat. Simply because they have been told, you must eat more, otherwise you will become weak, this, that. No, it is the way you keep your body. A fuel… Today, everybody is trying to work towards a fuel-efficient car, motorcycle, everything. This means what? If the machine runs smoothly, it'll consume less fuel, isn't it? So if you sit here and you are very much at ease, now it'll consume less fuel. If you like this all the time, then it'll consume more fuel, it'll want you to eat. Compulsiveness will come about this. So, this new name, intermittent eating you should see, in United States, people come to our programs will run 10 hours, 12 hours. So, but they will come with some biscuit and something else. They say, I have sugar intolerance, I have to eat. I tell them, you just be here, you're not going to die, I'll ensure, because I don't want anybody dead on my hands, all right? I'll make sure. You first day, no, I have to eat. By third day, they gave up all that. 12 hours without food they sat there, they're perfectly fine. See, health is not something you can do from outside. Health is something you have to do from within. From outside, when something goes wrong, you can seek some help. But all the time something is wrong with you, this means what? You're a faulty machine. Yes? All the time something is wrong with you, why? That's not how this is designed. This is designed for health. Every cell in your body is designed to create health, isn't it? They're all working hard to create health, except you. So, minimum 8 hours gap is what is recommended in yoga. Between one meal and the next meal, there must be an 8-hour space. If you do this, you will see half your problems of health, whatever you have health problems, minimum 50% will go away in 6 weeks' time. If you do certain other things which may right now seem little extreme to you, if you have a little yogic practice, something meditative within you, then you will see 90% of your problem will go off. 10% if it still persists, we can treat it. Now, it's become like this, the healthcare systems, especially where there is heavy insurance policies. People are eating and drinking all kinds of rubbish, go to the doctor and say, fix me. It's not how it works
Guru, in the medical wards, when we come across our first patient death, we are very moved.
Oh, the very first one you killed?
Not the very first one, obviously. Our first death, of a patient, we are very moved. But gradually, as we come across, if and when we do come across more deaths, we become very nonchalant and unperturbed. Do you think that, do you think this desensitization towards death in the medical profession is compromising our humanity?
If you're nonchalant, definitely. But being a doctor, every dead body you see, if you're going to cry, then that's going to be a very big problem. Because when you're emotionally pitched up, you cannot do things sensibly. Everybody knows this, isn't it? So very important. Well, if somebody is dying of old age, it's a different matter. But a whole lot of people might have come to you because of injury, because of some other ailment, something, fit enough to live, but you have to do the right things for them to live. So if your heart is pumping hard when you see your patient breathing hard, then you will definitely do something to kill him. It's very important that you learn to treat it as professionally as possible. This doesn't mean you're nonchalant. Nonchalant is not the word. Unperturbed, but concerned that you must live. The way you're addressing the question, I'm not picking on you, the way you're addressing the question is a doctor is supposed to see lots of deaths. Doctor should see minimum number of deaths on their table. Hello? That's a good thing. And anyway, this whole thing about people coming to hospital to die is not a good thing. Mortality is a certain thing, right? All of us are going to die. So people need not go to hospital to die. People should learn to die gracefully. All other creatures die like this. They all realize when they're going to die and they will move to one place, sit quietly, they won't eat anything and they will die. Right now, in United States, the statistics says, tell me if I'm wrong about the statistics, 30% of the healthcare bills are in the last 1 year of someone's life. 10% of the healthcare bill is in the last 22 days of one's life. 30% of US healthcare bill means over $1 trillion. You understand? That is half of India's economy. That much is being spent in the last 1 year, largely lying down in one place, not able to move, not able to do anything, once in a way open your eyes and close your eyes for this. And it's torture for that person, absolute torture. Doctors may think they're treating, they are, of course, that's their intention, but patient's experience is torture. Yes or no? We're willing to go through some torture if there is a lease of certain number of years to live. But there is no point going through torture if hospital bed is the only place I can be and I will last for another 3 months and die. Better go 3 months early. Hello? Now this may sound like, oh, I'm saying let them die. That's not the point. That is not the point. The point is just this, both for the living and the dying, it becomes extremely difficult this 1 year, isn't it? Hello? It becomes it's not only for the dying, for the living also. And above all, for the person who is dying, we are just torturing that man endlessly. And he doesn't know whether he can live or not. So, these are dangerous things to talk about, because then people may start taking a call, okay, anyway he's going to die, don't treat him. That's not the point. Within the medical system, there must be a guideline, how far to go to rescue a life, how far do you go? Right now we have taken this thing that we must go all the way, it doesn't matter, he's just collapsing, but we won't leave him. It is also very important he dies gracefully, isn't it? Hello? Is it not important? But nobody can die gracefully when there are so many doctors around. I'm not trying to comment on this, but what I'm telling you is, we have built this culture now. Right from ancient times in this country, When we see that somebody is dying, people came, chanted something, whatever they believe in, put him not in the house, just outside so that he feels free, fresh air and everything. People, everybody sit there, wait, chant something, let him go out of old age. If you take him to the hospital, he may last another week, 10 days, but he will go through torture. So there must be concern for that person, for that life which wants to exit. These are very hard decisions to make because crime may happen. All kinds of criminal stuff may happen if you take a call on this. But as human beings, our humanity should decide this, not our principles, not our laws, not something else. Our basic humanity must decide these things. But the way it is going right now in the Western world, and slowly that is very much happening here, this needs to be looked at because nearly 80% of the people, I don't know, at least in United States, I think 80% of the people die under medical care, at least. So, they are not dying well. They are just dying with lots of pain, lots of injections, lot of this thing, do this, do that. No, there is a point beyond which… First of all, this is not built into people's lives. In this culture, yogis especially, when they feel they have done their work, they just sat in one place and they left. If that much wisdom is not there, at least one must understand within himself. This is also for that person I'm saying. If you leave it to your relative, he cannot say, I won't get you treated. If you leave it to your doctor, he cannot say, I won't treat you, it's time you die. Somebody else cannot decide this. If it's my life, I must decide this, isn't it? But sometimes I may not be in a condition to decide this. This is a complex affair, but we need to revisit this without creating opportunity for crime, without creating opportunity for people to misuse this. It is definitely something that we need to revisit this and look at this carefully. If… I'm not talking about euthanasia or something, but at least allowing somebody to die peacefully. When 30% of the healthcare bill is going for the last 1 year, where they're immobile in the bed, what's the point of this? It's not just about money. It's about the nation, it is about the society. $1 trillion healthcare bill, if you give it to India, this country is finished. That is just for 300 million people. This is for 1.4 billion people. So, these things need revisiting. But the problem is, the moment we open the subject, for and against, people will start screaming. Everywhere they're screaming. In the news channels they're screaming, political platforms they're screaming, activists are screaming, social media is screaming. You cannot say anything sensible in the country. It's become like this because everybody are vested interest groups constantly screaming. If you quieten the screaming people, I'm sure we can form committees in every hospital, some kind of a board, which comes, examines not an individual doctor, but a group of people who take a call, whether it's worth pushing this man endlessly or letting him go. A group, a responsible group can take this call.
According to our medical standards, ideally there should be one doctor for every 1,000 people. But in India, it's about half. That is, about every 2,000 people have one doctor. Despite this disparity, most of us dream of going abroad and living in the comforts of the West. Sadhguru, what are the changes we should bring at both the national level as well as in the medical field to control this brain drain and talent drain in the country?
I would treat these two things, the first part of the question and the second separately. Every 2,000 people need one doctor, I don't like that. You're saying there's not enough? Every 1,000 you need one, is it? Oh, I don't like that at all. I would like every 5 or 10,000 people has one doctor, that means they're healthy. recently, because we are working to see how to bring preventive care into hospitals, large hospitals. So we are working with a large group, the Apollo group. The chairperson came to meet me along with his whole team, and he was telling me situations how young doctors, particularly cardiologists, having heart attacks and dying. He was talking about an incident where a 30-year-old doctor was driving home. On the way, there was their own cardiac care center, something was there. But he did not realize that he needs it, because you always think somebody else needs it, all right. He went home, parked his car, got down, took 3 steps, collapsed right there in front of his house door. By the time his wife came and opened the door, he died. Like this, he said, these things are happening very often. When this came up, I just started thinking, oh, do we have such a possibility? Because we have over 4,000–5,000 people living in the yoga center, and every day at least 10 to 12,000 people are coming and going. Then I looked back and saw, we've not had a single heart attack in the last 27 years. Nobody died. Then I said, except for a few old people beyond a certain age, no young person ever had a heart attack here, especially they did not die of cardiac stuff. Then Sadhguru, that's why I'm here. So I don't like for every 1,000 people, 1 doctor. Maybe it'll give you a job, but it is not necessary. We need to bring a culture of health. How we eat, how we sit, how we stand, how we breathe. If you bring this into the social life, you won't need so many doctors. See, I want you to understand, I'm not saying this with any prejudice against you, my father is a physician, all right? Among many things that you do, professions, various professions that we do, this is very vital service when people are unhealthy or people are unwell or something happens. But at the same time, for any given society, it is not a productive possibility. It is because people are getting damaged in some way, you're fixing, all right? So do you need better cars on the road or do you need more mechanic shops? Something we must decide, isn't it? We need to cultivate a better sense of health. Health, everybody must understand, is their basic responsibility. It is not medical industry's responsibility, it is every individual should understand, this is my responsibility to be healthy, this must be built from early childhood. I'll tell you, if everybody invests just 30 minutes every day for their physical well-being, simple process, if they do, most of them won't go to the doctor. The frequency of going to the doctor will come down dramatically, dramatically. So every 1,000 people need 1 doctor, I don't go by that. To keep him busy, they must be falling sick, isn't it? Because once he sits there, you have to keep him busy. It's an investment of a person in the nation. So, if we work for healthy societies, we don't need so much of medicine. Definitely we need it. No human being will go through their life without ever being sick, all right? It'll always happen. But at the same time, how sick do you get? How often do you get sick? This is not to say boastful things, but in these 37 years that I've been active, that literally every day, 7 days of the week, 365 days, I have a schedule, normally 18 to 20 hours a day. I have not cancelled 1 event because I was not well. This doesn't mean I didn't catch a flu, this doesn't mean I didn't catch a flu, it doesn't mean I didn't get some fever, it doesn't mean I didn't get a toothache. All this happened. But they never stopped my schedules. They don't even today. Because there is a way a human being can take charge of their own bodies, their own minds. If we don't bring this into the society, then we've just lowered the human potential. Especially in our country, Because I want you to understand, in this country, the only resource you have is human resource. People and population is all you have. For 1.4 billion people, you don't have a piece of land for everybody. You don't have enough mountains, you don't have enough rivers, you don't have enough forests, you don't even have a piece of sky for 1.4 billion people. Yes, but we have people. If we upgrade these people to a higher level of performance and living, we could be a miracle. But if you leave them just like that, unfocused, unhealthy and whatever, we are a recipe for disaster. Yes or no? All we have is people. So upgrading the people involves various things, but the most fundamental thing is health. The people are healthy. Today, there are issues of malnourishment, there are issues of people by choice eating bad food. Above all, one of the biggest problems with India is they are not physically active. There is no culture of fitness. Most… every year we trek in Kailash, 35 to 40 Indian tourists die every year because of altitude issues. I take the largest groups. We are literally 17 or 18% of the Kailash yatris who go there. From Isha, that many people go there. But we don't have a single casualty because we make sure people are in a certain condition, certain practices are taken care of, certain discipline is there. Today, because of constant year after year Indian people dying, the Chinese government put a new rule last year saying that Indians over 70 years of age cannot visit Kailash anymore. But if you are an American, you can go, if you're a German, you can go, if you're an Australian, you can go, if you're whatever else, you can go. Only Indians over 70 cannot go because Indians just die. How's that? It's a statement on us, how we are. So especially those of you who are into becoming doctors, first and foremost thing is you must exude health, huh? If your patient sees you, you must look radiant and healthy, isn't it? You are only… She was telling me, why are they all sitting like this? She says, no, we are medical students, we are supposed to be serious. If somebody comes and tells you a patient is serious, how do you understand that they are on the way out? If you are serious, what does it mean? Same thing. Hello? There is substantial medical and scientific evidence to show that only when you're in a pleasant state of experience, your body and your brain works at its best. And for the sake of people who become your patients, so that they don't turn into your victims, it's very important that your body and your brain works at its best. Hello? It must work at its best. For this, it's very important, if you sit here, you're peaceful and joyful by your own nature. This much you must do for yourself. Before you touch somebody else, if I want to touch you, my hands must be clean, isn't it? It's a simple humanity. Before I touch somebody else, my hands should be clean. So before you talk about other people's health, you must be an emblem of health. You must do this to yourself. It's very, very important and it'll make a world of difference for the people that you treat.
Sadhguru, we have heard many stories of people who enter into a deep state of meditation and they forego basic human necessities like thirst and hunger for several months together. But science says that a person can die within 10 days of not drinking water. So can you please explain us how such a state of metabolism can be attained?
For this you will have to bend your mind a little bit, because it's not in your textbook like this. Just day before yesterday, somebody sent me a message from the yoga center there is something called as jnanalinga. This happens very often, but this happened to a foreign national, so the message came to me, little concerned. So this person went and sat in jnanalinga at 7 o'clock in the morning, because everybody gets only a 15-minute slot to sit there because of the number of people. She sat there at 7 o'clock in the morning. She did not move till 3 p.m. How many hours is that? 3 plus 8 hours. She just sat there unmoving. She didn't realize that she's sitting that long. She thought she's going to sit for a 15-minute slot. So they sent a message to me, Sadhguru, like this, she's not moved, should we disturb her? I said, leave her alone, it's okay. Like this it happens. Once it happened, I sat down, way back. I thought, this was new to me also at that time, I thought I'm going to… I sat there for 25–30 minutes. When I opened my eyes, a huge crowd in front of me in a village, garlands around my neck, they're all trying to pull my legs, in India, India being what it is. And the moment I open my eyes, somebody wants to know about his business, somebody wants to know when his daughters will get married, all kinds of things. Then I say, where did all you idiots come from? They say, you've been sitting here for 13 days. And so, what happens in the system? That's what you're asking. See, right now, I'm speaking. If you check my pulse, it's somewhere around 55, 58, in that region. If I simply sit quietly, it'll drop below 40. If I simply sit down and I'm doing something without interaction, talking, moving, if I simply sit, it'll drop below 40. Now this is at ease. This will not build any unnecessary friction inside. So the amount of energy it consumes is very low. All of you medical students, you know this, 20% of the energy in the body is consumed by your brain, though it is hardly a pound and a half at the most. So, this much body is consuming 20% of the energy. This much body is consuming only 80%. If you compare this and this in weight, it's 50 times more, much more. So, you must understand, if you keep your mind in a certain way, the amount of extra energy that you have is enormous because you're not unnecessarily consuming, wasteful usage of energy is not happening. This is true with every system, whether it's a car, whether it's a machine, whether it's anything, how friction-free it is running, that much energy will come down, isn't it? Anything that's happening with big friction will consume enormous amount of energy. So, physiologically, psychologically, energy-wise, if you bring friction-free function of your system, metabolism will drop and you will function very efficiently because when you want to pitch it up, you have a whole range to pitch it up. When you want to lower it, it's there. Right now, the range that most people are carrying is very, very small. If you push them into activity, they will get totally tired out. If they have nothing to do, they will freak. If you have nothing to do, you freak, isn't it? So in this condition, it will not go down. Now, everything that you consume is higher simply because you're at a higher RPM, that's all. Within 3 days, we can teach you a simple form of meditation, which will bring down your metabolism by approximately 24%. This is the highest drop that you can have in conscious states of meditativeness. If metabolism drops beyond that, you will not have any sense of body. If you sit here, you have no sense of body. It is from this that a yogi is sitting. See, if you sit down here, even if you don't have a watch, your legs, your back, your bottom, everything is keeping time, isn't it? Hello? You don't need a watch. If you sit here for 3 hours, you know you need to get up. Body knows. So, someone is sitting for hours or days because there is no sense of body. Why there is no sense of body is not only because of drop in metabolism, it is also the intensity of your energy which is not biological energy. Another dimension of energy is fully intense. Once it pervades the entire body, you have no sense of body. If I go into your program 10 hours, 12 hours, I am the only one continuously drinking water, but I am the only one who will not go to the restroom. I am the only one who will not take a break. Everybody, every 2 hours they take a break and come back. Simply because how identified you are with your physiological process determines these things to start with. But there is also sadhana, there is also certain work to be done with your system. So everybody may not be willing to do that level of sadhana, but everybody must do some sadhana. Something so that what you wish to do, you can do effectively. Whatever it is in your life you wish to do, you must be able to do it as well as you can. What the hell you do is not my concern, but whatever the hell you're doing, you must do it well, isn't it? Hello? You must do it well. That's very important for a human being, that we must do it well. So for this, it's very, very important that your own body and your own mind is not an impediment. Your own body and your own mind doesn't trip you all the time. There must be platforms on which you stand. Right now, people have sunk into it. See, this is a platform, it's good. Suppose it lets you sink into it, it's not a good place to sit and talk, isn't it? It's holding us up, so it's nice. Your body, your mind should hold you up all the time. If that happens, your dependence on the outside will come down. And also, water is not always consumed through the mouth. Body consumes water in so many ways. If you activate the system in a certain way, it consumes energy. See, right now you're eating food, drinking water, breathing air, everything for what? To generate energy. But science has clearly proved to you there's enough energy everywhere. So if you're able to take in energy as it is, if you're able to imbibe energy, how is this possible? The word yoga means just this. The word yoga means you're beginning to obliterate the boundaries of your individuality. Right now, this is me, that's you, 100% clear, isn't it? Why? Because you think this body is me, that body is you. This is a clear boundary. My body and your body has a clear boundary. My mind and your mind also largely has a boundary. Here and there we may overlap a little bit. But there is no such thing as my life and your life. Have you ever blown soap bubbles, or were you a serious boy even when you were in school? No. Did you blow soap bubbles? Let's say we sit here and blow soap bubbles. You got this big bubble, I got that big bubble. Now I said, this is my bubble, that little one is yours, this is my bubble. Poop, it went. Now I don't say this is my air, that is your air. Life is just like this. This is a living cosmos. You captured some, I captured some. How much you capture will determine the significance and the quality of your existence. I want you to understand this clearly. How much of life have you captured will determine this. You may have a big brain, you may have a huge intellect, you may have a lot of knowledge, but you will not still live a significant life. Only if you capture a lot of life, if you're a big bubble, then it's significant. If you have a big body, other people may look at you and say, he's very big, but within you, that'll not be the experience. If you have a big brain, people think, oh, he is very smart, but within you, you will not have a significant life. Only if you capture a huge amount of life within you, then if you sit here, simply if you sit here also, it's too fantastic. When it's like that, whether you open your eyes, close your eyes, whether you do something, you don't do something, it doesn't really make a difference to you. Only then you will live in the world as not being a vested interest, because what you do and do not do, what happens to you and does not happen to you, does not determine the quality of your life. That is when we can really trust you, isn't it? Otherwise, we don't know why you're doing the surgery. I mean, these question marks have come, isn't it? Can I tell you a joke? A man went for a surgery, he needed a surgery, so he went to the doctor. Doctor said, this is in United States, so doctor said it'll cost you $36,000. Then he said, doctor, I cannot pay that, I don't have insurance. Then doctor said, don't worry, you pay 3,000 per month. The patient said, but that looks like a car payment, you know, installment to buy a car. The doctor smiled and said, yes, I am buying a car.
Sadhguru, in most medical colleges, the girls are almost twice or thrice as compared to the boys who enter.
I didn't notice that. Oh, is it so? I didn't notice that. Yes, they are, more than twice.
But we see a complete reversal in this ratio when it goes to post-graduation or the super specialities. Sadhguru, my question to you is, where is a woman's life or career compromised at some stage?
Well, nature has invested a higher level of responsibility in a woman's body than in a man's body. Well, more men are going to super speciality, but they were all delivered by women. All of them. So, I understand in professional career you may look at it that way, but that's not the way to look at life. Only because our mothers took time off to deliver us and nurture us, we are sitting here and talking all this, isn't it? Maybe my mother did not pursue her career. Has she become anything less, I'm asking? Has she? But I am sitting here for her. Hello? So that's not the way to look at life, but if it is some kind of a prejudice which is stopping them, then we must look at it. But I don't think so. Still, maybe for a lot of these girls who are here for medical, many of their parents think if she becomes a doctor, she will get a better husband. They're not thinking that she should become a great doctor. They're only thinking if she is MBBS, so, this is a generational thing, probably in another 15-20 years that will phase out. If you try to forcefully push it, it won't work. If you wait, individual people can do their own thing with their families. But as a social phenomena, I don't think you can push it. But if you wait for another 15-20 years, I think they will go. That kind of prejudice will go. But women by themselves may choose not to pursue careers beyond a certain point because a woman is naturally more life-oriented. When a man starts doing something, he forgets that he has to live. A woman knows that I'm alive, I must live. So because of this, she may take a wise decision how much of what to do. Man's problem is, he just wants to be one step ahead of somebody, even if his life is ruined. Generally for a woman, her experience of life is more important than what somebody else is doing. So she's making a wiser choice.
Sadhguru, our Hippocratic oath tells us to keep our patients first, and our responsibility being to alleviate their suffering as well as their pain. But in certain cases, like in end stage of cancer or other cases, we feel like there is no cure. And more importantly, the patient is suffering, his suffering is more unbearable. So the question here is that do you think we can recommend euthanasia for patients like these despite it being against our moral code?
I think we already went through this in a certain way. But Hippocratic oath, Hippocrates oath is not about simply treating the patient. Hippocrates oath is about treating another human being as a human being first, not as a client. These days, in the West, doctors refer to their patients as clients. That's against Hippocrates' oath. It is another human being who's in some way fallen, and you have a certain capability. So, definitely, making him well is your basic humanity. So, they're trying to build an ethic to ensure that you don't lose your fundamental humanity, that's all the oath is about. Rest of it, there is a science to it, it has to go by that. And talking about cancer, if you look at it more carefully, far more intuitively if you look at it, there are many solutions to it. These solutions are not found simply because we are looking at it on the surface. When I say on the surface, because the entire allopathic system of medicine is symptomatic in nature, we are looking at the symptoms and trying to treat it. Now slowly science is going towards genetics and other dimensions, cellular sciences and stuff. They're trying to look at the source of it, but the source is even deeper than that. Is it true? Is it true? You were not born like this, you were born like this. Slowly you became like this. How did you become like this? The food that you eat. If you… because it's mango season, I'll choose the mango, okay? You eat a mango, mango goes inside and slowly becomes a man or a woman. Huh? Mango is not a man or a woman, isn't it? But you eat this, it goes inside and becomes a young man or a young woman. So there is an intelligence within this. There is an intelligence intrinsic to this which is capable of transforming a mango into a human being. Suppose I took a mango in my hand and made a human being out of it, who would you think I am? Hello? God, isn't it? So whatever you call as God is essentially that which is the source of creation. Isn't all of you capable of doing this? You take a mango in your stomach and make it into a human being, are you not doing it? Hello? Or take just about anything and make it into a human being. So the source of creation is throbbing within you. The question is only, do you have access or not? If you had access, one who built the whole machine, can't he do a repair job for you? If you buy a car, suppose there is some problem, would you prefer to go to the manufacturer or the local tinker? Huh? Who do you want to go? Really? Do you go to the manufacturer's representative showroom or do you go to the local tinker? They've all vanished largely, isn't it? People who go to the local tinker you will see their cars are going like this on the road, like this. Those who are going to the showroom for their service and everything, they are the ones who are zipping around, isn't it so? So the manufacturer is sitting here. Well, if some damage happens from outside, then you go to the tinker. That is, if you get an infection from outside, you must go to the doctor, there is no other way. Rest, whatever happens from within, if as a society, as a population, as a generation of people, if we are willing to spend enough time on this, if we are willing to look at it as profoundly as it demands, depending upon how much value you set upon your life, you will pay that much attention, isn't it? If you have valued your life enormously, then if you pay enough attention, you find access to that which is a source. So, it will naturally do its things. You got an infection, you go to the doctor. Rest, you are manufacturing from within, isn't it? Most people are sick by choice. This may sound very cruel, but that's a fact. They're sick by choice because right from early childhood, they've been taught if they get sick, they will get what they want. Yes. Even when you were a child, don't you remember? If you're jumping with joy and screaming, they'll come and shout you down. You just have to sit and go like this. Suddenly they'll do mo, everything for you. So even now, most people are doing this. Most people are doing this, when they want to get attention, they get sick. After some time, initially what starts as a play, sometime later it takes over. The play goes on without your help. Genuinely people become sick.
Thank you, Sadhguru, for answering our questions. We'd love to continue, but we have a lot of questions pouring in from the social media, and a couple of them are here waiting to be answered. So, coming to the first question.
This question is from Roshio. I am a doctor and I notice these days kids are being bombarded with antibiotics, steroids and immunity boosters. Is it possible to keep kids healthy with a good immunity by natural means?
Definitely possible, but it depends on various things. One important thing is, if we want to talk about India alone, one problem with India is there is not enough natural spaces, nor is it there in the culture for people to take their children to natural spaces. They're all growing up in bird's nests. But bird grows up in a nest and then flies. I'm calling an apartment a bird's nest. It's a bird's nest, isn't it? Because in that limited space, without touching the soil, without touching natural air and without being exposed to the various aspects of nature, leaving the many other things, the fundamental thing is the five elements of water, soil, air, fire and space. These five things are the basic composition of this body. We have, in the basic practice of yoga, it's called Bhuta Shuddhi. That is, you cleanse these five elements within you. If these five elements are functioning well, everything else will function well. So the fundamentals of yoga comes from what is called as Bhuta Shuddhi. If you attain to what is called as Bhuta Siddhi, that you attain to certain mastery over any one of them, suddenly you live in a heightened level of existence. So can everybody do this? Yes, with simple awareness they can do it. They didn't keep water for you. Simple thing, water is kept in a copper vessel. Just something as small as that can make a big difference. And how you treat the water. Today there is enough science to tell you that water, soil, food has its own memory. What kind of memory you create, how you receive the food. The same food will do one thing in one person and completely different things in another person, depending upon how you receive it. So, culturally, we have these things, if food arrives, you sit there, take a minute, bow down to the food, not to some god, to the food, because it's your life, isn't it? Hello? What's sitting in your plate is not something else. It's your life, yes or no? Right now what you're breathing is your life or no? Did you ever… No? There. Something that you've not seen. The soil that you walk upon, the water that you drink, the air that you breathe, the food that you eat, this is your life. This is the source of your life right now. So in this culture, we always approach them in a certain way, not in a wanton way. When I say in a wanton way, some time ago I was just driving in Washington, D.C., in a very, what to say, an upscale area where all the top financial offices and all those kind of things are there. It's around 12:30 in the afternoon, I'm driving, and by looking at the men and women who are standing there, they're all well-dressed and they're just professionals working in financial companies and management companies and this kind of people. They're all standing outside and the food, their idea of nature is this, food is being sold on certain, what to say, not a proper restaurant, but it's being served on the street. So everybody is standing and of course, you know, that burger which is actually made for a hippopotamus, because it's this thick, how do you eat this? I don't have a mouth like that. How do you eat something which is this thick? But that's how you're supposed to eat. They're all standing and hacking at their food like this. I just saw this. If my mother or my grandmother has seen this, she would say they're eating like dogs. Yes, but this is our modern life, standing, mouth full and talking. You won't believe this. We used to do programs, now we have our own centers in America. Otherwise, earlier we used to do residential programs in summer camps which the schools use. Everywhere when I first went, I see for choking. When you're having in the dining halls, if choking happens, what to do? Emergency choking, this thing. In every school, this exercise is taught in America. How many cases do you get in India of choking on food? Not at all, isn't it? I have not seen a single person in my life choking on food. I didn't understand why will choke, but every year so many children die on choking. Why? Why? Do they have a smaller gullet or something? Nothing like that. Then I saw the problem is you're eating and talking at the same time. We were always taught, when we are eating, you don't open your mouth to speak, you shut up and eat. Hello? Focus on what you're eating, it's your life, you eat properly without talking to anybody. Mouth full, you're talking and you're choking on the food that you eat. Generally, in this tradition, it's considered the worst kind of death that can happen to you is you choked on your own food. So, like this, in the name of modernity, we are bringing these kind of practices. We don't treat the food that we eat properly. It's not just the taste, it is not just the way it's prepared, it's also the way you receive it. Very important. So, your devotion is for a god that you have not seen. But if I don't give you food for 5 days, if even God appears, what will you ask? Food only. So water that you drink, food that you eat, the air that you breathe and the soil that you walk upon, if you develop a certain sense of emotion towards it, they will behave differently within you. I know immediately, once this thing goes out, there will be activists who are in this country who will scream and yell and say this. But for those idiots, even the Western scientists have come out and said, the human consciousness has a huge impact on the food and water that we consume and even the air that we breathe. There's substantial evidence for that. As you said, even though we have the wrong skin, slowly we're getting around.
There's an add-on question from my side. The antibiotic resistance is increasing day by day, and Ayurvedic practices are declining day by day. So, how do we create a perfect amalgamation between the practices of Ayurveda and allopathy?
Ayurveda and Siddha and naturopathy is growing big time in the West, particularly in Europe. Very big. In India, of course, it's dying because they have to approve it for us to take it. Without their approval, we cannot take it. But we must understand the difference between allopathy and these other Indian systems. Right now, an Ayurvedic doctor is going to another medical college just like you go for 4 years or 5 years or whatever. So what he's learning is a downgraded medicine, downgraded understanding. An Ayurvedic doctor or one who wants to practice Ayurveda should not go to a four-year course. You have to invest your life in it, otherwise it won't happen. Traditionally, from childhood, they learn to feel the herbs, they learn to feel the people, the pulse and this and that. This is developing a certain intuition where we don't go by the symptoms that you're showing on your body right now. We don't see your temperature and say, this is what it is. We don't look at those symptoms. We learn to look much deeper into the system to identify what exactly is right and wrong with your system. This will take a different level of involvement. That involvement is missing right now. We're looking at things, if I do this much, I must get this job or I must get this place in the world. With this, these systems may not function very well. You must have heard this, the same medicine one doctor gives in Ayurveda and Siddha, the same medicine, in one person's hands it works very well, in another person's hands it doesn't work well because the person who gives it is as important as the medicine, because it's not working just by its chemical composition. The entire allopathic system is working out of chemical composition. Anyway, there is a danger that in the next 25 years, all medical colleges may have to close down because artificial intelligence will make diagnosis by itself and treat you by itself. Surgeries are all happening now, robotic surgeries are happening. Still human beings are needed because machines need to be upgraded. But in 25 years' time, even today, in United States, I know doctors. I saw a doctor whom I know very well. He is carrying an old BlackBerry, the first model that came, which is that thick and a huge capability. Every time any patient, whatever, he just goes there into his BlackBerry. I said, what are you looking in the phone and treating people? He said, no, Sadhguru, all my textbooks are here in this phone. I'm just looking and telling them. So if you can look, the phone can become smart enough now that it will tell by itself. If you just tell the symptoms to Alexa, she will tell you what you should do. So, this form of symptomatic treatment may become irrelevant after some time because you're just gathering data and processing it and giving an answer. This a machine will be able to do better than any human being because it can process much faster and much better and not miss anything. So, it is time the young doctors who are coming up now should focus on how you should be able to look beyond the symptoms. This is what Ayurveda and Siddha is significant about. There was a yogi with whom I volunteered for some time for his medical camps that he used to have. It was like a festival. Okay, for everybody who comes to him, he has a joke to tell them and it goes on like a festival. Simply something he will give and people are cured, thousands of people will queue up for him every day. And he himself lived to be 106. So if somebody lives for 106 years of age, not in a geriatric state, fully active till the last day of his life, he must know something about health, isn't it? Hello? My great-grandmother lived to be 113, 113 years of age. I will tell you, this may sound absurd to you, but you must listen to this because If you're not open, there'll be no new learning. Well, I saw her only after she's 100. But she was still very active. She was living all by herself in an open field. She built a small temple for herself, not for a god, for herself. She built a temple and she sat in it. Because she felt she deserves a temple. This is very common in India, especially women, older women, built small temples, they sat there and they served humanity in a different way, in their own way. So when we went there for vacations and all, she would come home. If you give her breakfast, she will take this and put it to the ants, to the squirrel, to the sparrows, everything. Most of the breakfast is gone like this. There are self-appointed advisors who look at this and say, "You old woman, you don't eat anything, you will die." They all died. And she will simply sit there looking at these sparrows and ants eating, simply tears would be rolling from her eyes. And when somebody said, "You've not eaten?" She said, "I'm full." When I sometimes saw her like this and I asked, "What is this happening to you?" She would just laugh loudly and she would say, "Someday you will know." It took me over 25 years to know this, that your life is not nourished 100% by the food that you consume and things that you do. Life is a bigger phenomena than what you think in your head, much larger. Before you came, this cosmos was there, everything was working. After you and me are gone, still it'll be fine, isn't it? There is an intelligence beyond you. Don't immediately quantify it as God, this, that, because you're making a conclusion about things that you do not know. If you stay here, this is very important, if you live here clearly knowing you don't know a damn thing about anything, your intelligence will remain alert to everything. But you make conclusions, reading a book, listening to this and that nonsense, you say, "I know this, I know that, I know that." The moment you identify with your knowledge, you will become very small, because it doesn't matter how much you know, still what you know is a minuscule in this existence, isn't it? But our ignorance is boundless. If this is called as the intelligence of ignorance, if you always know that you do not know, your intelligence will remain super alert. Whether your body is awake or asleep, it will remain super alert. This is what a doctor must do, because I'm sorry to say such things, you may know medicine, you might have read all the books in the world, you might have treated many patients, but still, like she already asked, she had a first death face. Everything seems to be perfect, somebody will die in your hands. Everything looks like he's going to die, he will sit up tomorrow morning. You will see this happening, yes or no? So, there is intelligence beyond you and me, there's an intelligence which makes us happen, there's an intelligence which can make a mango into a human being. If you don't allow that to function within you, if you think everything is in your head, you will become a dumb doctor. You must allow the deeper intelligence within you to function.
Sadhguru, there's another question from Somalia. She wants to know, at Isha, there are many processes that involve tying of a thread around the hand of a person for their well-being. In Indian culture also, such practices are followed. For example, in Raksha Bandhan, a sister ties a thread around her brother's arm. What is the significance and purpose of Raksha Bandhan practice?
Oh, they're tying that plasticky chinky-minky on somebody's hand these days. The idea is to tie a consecrated thread. Marriage is also happening like that, isn't it? Mangal Sutra. Now, of course, they're wearing a dog chain. You're supposed to wear Mangal Sutra. Every year you're supposed to renew this, because energetically it is prepared in a certain way that it does certain things to you. It is in the preparation of the thread. Normally, we are using a non-sanforized cotton thread or a silk thread, which is not put through the chemical process. And we are using certain methods to energize this, because these are materials which can retain energy for a period of time. So this was used to bind people in a certain way, to create a certain sense of security and stability in the system. But Raksha Bandhan, all these things have become very market-oriented stuff. Everybody's trying a plastic, the chinky-minky stuff, what's all… it's made of all kinds of things. No, these are supposed to be done… See, only the ritual has remained, the science has not remained, that's the problem. Over a period of time, we've carried the ritual, but we've given up the science of it. So let us say it so happened, stretching it to the limit. It so happened you're a surgeon, after a few generations you forgot why you do surgery. You just understand you have to cut up people. Then you better be in the pathology laboratory, isn't it? Even there you cut with a purpose, not simply cut up people.
Sadhguru, this is the last question from the social media array of questions. So this question comes from Rim. He says that Steve Jobs was said to have a bad temperament. He often subjected his employees to profanity, fired them in public, and pushed them to the extreme limits of performance. He is also considered one of the greatest innovators of our time. Is such behavior justified as long as one delivers results?
I don't usually like to make a personal comment about somebody who's already dead, okay? But I'm asking you, one thing is what we do, another thing is what kind of human beings we are. Is it important what kind of human being you are? Hello? I did something, what did I do? I designed a phone. If you did not design it, Koreans would have done it, Chinese would have done it, Indians also beginning to do it. Yes or no? There is a certain brand building process in the world with which you can build a brand. And see, I want you to understand, you're a doctor, at least on the way. Does this body need oxygen or carbon dioxide? Oxygen. But people pumped carbon dioxide into a bottle and said the real thing, Coca-Cola. It's the largest brand on the planet, all right? More people drink, at least all these years, more people drank Coca-Cola than people did yoga or people did anything else. In the remotest part of this country, if you went 20 years ago, if you uttered the word yoga, they didn't know what it was. But if you said Coca-Cola, they knew what it was. So just because it's branded like this and marketed like this, does it become that your system has become such it likes carbon dioxide and doesn't like oxygen? Is it so? No. Only now because of the Prime Minister pushing yoga in a big way, today every village seems to know the word yoga, even if they don't know the practice of yoga. Branding again branding. So you can brand things in so many ways, you don't go by these things. You tell me, is it important that you are a pleasant and wonderful human being? Is it important for you? Otherwise you look at it the other way around. Do you like to be shouted at right now? I can shout. You like to be shouted at? No. Then why do you think somebody else likes it? Hello? You don't want to be abused, isn't it? Would you like to be abused? Then why do you ever think that somebody else likes it? When you don't like it, you know it is not nice to you, why do you do it to this person? Why do you do that? You lost your humanity fundamentally, isn't it? So, just because you made a lot of money, I don't think it means anything. Alexander, the great idiot, conquered half the known world. What does it mean? It doesn't mean a damn thing to me. Only a fool would call such a man as a great man. He just spent his whole life killing people, and you call him Alexander the Great? No, they forgot his third name, it was idiot. So, please do not go by these standards. Somebody has this much money, so he becomes a great man? I don't think so. Anyway, you untimely death with cancer happened, you didn't pack all your money and go, there's no container service in the end. He went to the extent of saying that whatever at that time he had some $46 billion personal worth. He said, even if I have to use this $46 billion, every dollar of it, I would like to destroy Google. So you want to kill it, even if you lose all your money. There are people like this, even if both my eyes go, I want to take one eye of hers. This is the crudest level of existence as far as I am concerned.
Now coming to the most awaited part of this event.
What is that? You're going to dance?
Now we'll be opening, you can ask Sadhguru questions, you yourself. Audience members who would like to ask questions, please raise your hands and the volunteers will come.
Turn it on, please.
Namaskaram Sadhguru, I am Geetanjali and my question to you goes like this. I've come across two common myths
if you can hold the mic.
associated with organ donation. One is that if someone donates their organs, they will not have those organs in their body in their next birth. And second is that you don't get mukti. Do you agree with this? If not, what would you like to say to clear the misunderstanding of the masses? Thank you.
How many idiots are going to get mukti, first of all? The brain that you never used, if it can be used after you're gone, it's a good idea, isn't it? Hello? So, see, there are certain aspects to it which has been misunderstood and mispropagated. Today, medical sciences are also looking at this with great curiosity, that after a person is medically dead, certified dead, next 10 to 12 hours, a phenomena is happening in the body. You know this? So, when this phenomena is happening, if you start cutting up the body, it will disturb that phenomena. But in the yogic systems, we have known this for a very long time and we have systems with which we want to hasten that as quickly as possible. If you hasten this and that process is over, after that what you do with the body is nobody's business, okay? You can even give it to the local zoo as food. It won't mean anything except for people's emotions. But when the phenomena is on, if you disturb it, it has certain impact. It's not like if you gave away your liver, you will come without a liver, then what's the problem? If you can function well without a liver, so many people are functioning okay without a brain. So what is the problem? So, this nonsense should go. But at the same time, I meet a lot of people lot of particularly society ladies taking up organ donation as a mission in their life. Oh, everybody should donate their organs, donate their organs. Don't push it beyond a certain point, because it has other consequences. Already it's happening big time if you're not aware of it in certain countries. See, whatever liver, kidney, whatever you have, the organs, all of them are designed to last for a lifetime except in a few cases. Injury or you drank yourself to death or you're trying to, you did so many things wrong. Now, I every day drinking and my liver going, but I want your liver now. It's a very dangerous thing, please know this. You must understand it's not now. During Hitler's time, They tried to harvest organs and try to put it in other people. It didn't work, they didn't have the science understanding, but they tried. Even today, I hear lots of things in Cambodia, Vietnam, people are being captured and their organs stolen, and it is being transplanted somewhere else where people can pay money for it. And you know it's happened in India, all right? So do not take organ donation beyond a certain point. Where it is needed, with somebody's consent, somebody gave it out of their love for someone else, that's a wonderful thing. How wonderful it is, I'm willing to give away a part of myself to make someone else live. Fantastic it is. But if I capture you and take your 2 kidneys and put it into my grandmother's body, this is a horrible process, isn't it? So we must be very cautious about this. We may do one thing with a certain intent, but where will it go? We must be able to see the consequences of our action. Don't push it too far, organ donation, organ donation. Yes, it must be there. It is an expression of compassion for another human being. A human being that you do not know somewhere, you want to give it, fantastic. But we must be very careful, it should not be pitched up in the society and create a marketplace for that. Once you create a marketplace, you cannot stop exploitation. You cannot. Nobody can stop it.
Namaskar Sadhguruji, I am Machani Somesh.
If you can hold it a little close, it's quite safe.
And my question is, have you ever regretted an answer you have given? If yes, what is that? If no, how can you be so sure of your answers?
Did I say something that I should regret here, sir?
I don't mean like this.
Huh?
I didn't mean like that.
Okay. Please sit down. See, certainty of life is a wrong thing. It is not about certainty, it is about clarity. What you say, what you see, you speak. What you don't see, you say, I don't know. Because I am always willing to say, I don't know that. I will not say wrong things. Only if you try to speak something that you do not know, you end up saying wrong things, isn't it? I'm not such a fool, I'm not so arrogant in my life. If I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. So, that doesn't happen.
Namaskaram Sadhguru, I am Sahiti, final year medico. I would like to know, in our daily life, we come across bipolar situations, like one side we get praised for treating, and the other side, in the same moment, if we lose a patient without any due negligence, it's the blame on us. Like, how should we internally fix ourselves, not the perspective of others? How should we internally fix ourselves? Like, should we go with the pain, or should the let guilt eat us? Or should we go with this appreciations? Like, how should we cope up with this situation, mainly in our budding stages of our careers?
You should not listen to both.
Be stoned then.
Stoned? Oh, what are you on?
Like, I shouldn't go with the emotional happiness.
No, I'll come to that. See, somebody else's opinion becomes important in one's life only when you do not know what you're doing. Yes? If you are very clear about what you're doing, what somebody says, good things or bad things, it doesn't matter. In fact, the best things that have ever been done on this planet always got bad press, largely during their lifetimes, and it was only appreciated after they're gone. Today the time cycle has changed, it will come back sooner. Appreciation will come back sooner. But you must not be doing things because of appreciation or fear of criticism, you must be doing something that matters to you, isn't it? It really matters to you that right now somebody comes to you with a broken hand it should matter to you that I want to fix this hand as quickly and as well as I can, with whatever means I have in my hands. If she comes to me when I'm in the orthopedic ward, I will treat her one way. Suppose in a jungle, we were out on a trek and she broke her hand, I will do in a different way, I'll take the local twigs and tie it up. All this fancy casing won't be there. But I'm doing my best, that much I know. It may not be the best treatment, but I'm doing my best always. This one thing you fix. Somebody else may come and say, see, the way you fix this plaster is not good, you should have fixed it that way and this way and this way and that way. Maybe he knows better, but the way I know it, I've done my best. This is all any human being can do, always. But you should not fall short of yourself, isn't it? What you can do must happen. In our lives, if we do not do what we cannot do, it's not a problem. But if we do not do what we can do, we're a disaster, isn't it? So you should not become such a disaster. So if you just stick to this one thing, people will say many things. You must see in the last 25 years, what all accusations and criticisms they've made about me. The same people, now they're all becoming not just fans, they're becoming devotees. At one time, what kind of abuse daily, even now there are some people who go on endlessly, endless abuse. People tell me, Sadhguru, how do you listen to all this? I said, just tell me what is the abuse going on because I wish to know. Sadhguru, you should not listen to all this. I said, I want to listen because when you came and threw flowers on me, fell at my feet, personally it doesn't mean a damn thing to me. If it's good for you, you do it. Or when you throw stones at me, it doesn't mean a damn thing to me, okay? Because I'm 100% clear what I'm doing. Maybe you will take time to evolve and appreciate what's happening, but this is not being done for your appreciation. This is being done because this is my way. Let me tell you a little story. A guru was there on the banks of Narmada. One day he went for, the bath was always a dip in the river. So he went for his bath. His disciple was holding his clothes and standing there because otherwise it's muddy if you keep it down. He went in and he saw a scorpion floating down in the water, struggling. A scorpion is not a swimmer, He's struggling. So the guru picked him up. The disciple screamed, don't take that scorpion, it'll sting you. Well, the scorpion stung him. The guru slowly walked down, slowly bringing him out. He stung him again and again. The disciple went on screaming, what are you doing? Just drop the damn thing. The guru walked and let him out on the bank and he went away. And the disciple said, what kind of rubbish is this? He bit you 3 times. How much pain is there? He said, see, what are you screaming about? The scorpion is doing what it knows best. I am doing what I know best. What are you talking? That's all. You're trained to be a doctor, you do your best, somebody says something. Somebody will live, somebody will die, but the question is, are you doing your best? That's all, isn't it? See, the doctors who treated patients 100 years ago, in today's level of medical science, they may look silly and stupid, but they were doing their best. That's all, isn't it? They let a whole lot of people die for small things because that's all they had. But they were doing their best or not is the only question. Because today medicine, science and technology has evolved, all kinds of things could be done. At that time, with what little they had, they did their best. Today also what you're doing may look silly in another 50 years' time. Yes? Yes or no? Medical science will go to places where you, being a doctor, what you think is great knowledge may look absurd and silly in 50 years or 100 years' time. Does it mean to say you're a bad doctor? No, you're doing your best. That's all you can do. Please do that one thing.
Namaskaram, Sadhguru. My question was already raised by the students panel over there. As you answered, we have to be calm, patient and self-engineering regarding the doctor attacks.
Oh.
So, what is the time period? I mean, how to safeguard our doctor fraternity from these attacks? We need some advice or suggestions how to safeguard us from these attacks.
Don't go to Bengal.
Add on to this.
I'll come to you. See, most of the time, correct me if I'm wrong with percentages, 99.9% of the time, most patients hugely appreciate what their doctor does. Right or wrong, they do not know. But just that somebody is looking at them when they are down, they hugely appreciate or no? Huh? Somewhere this minuscule 1.1%, don't make that a big issue. Then everybody thinks we must beat our doctors, okay? Don't get into that mode. This whole doctor thing happened because of the way certain leaders responded, all right? Not just because they were beaten. And even for them to beat, there is a political situation there which supports that kind of thing. That doesn't happen everywhere. And at the same time, you must also understand, not all doctors are straight either. There are corrupt people who do all kinds of things. There have been in Tamil Nadu, there have been situations where dead bodies have been kept in ICU for over 3 to 4 days and they were caught with that and beatings happened. The doctors didn't complain because they were caught properly. So I'm saying human beings do this and that, don't make that the trend by overly talking about it. Here and there something happens, don't pitch it up, doctors are being beaten, now people think, yeah, we can beat the doctors whenever we want. Do not create that situation. Generally, 99.99% does not look at a doctor like that. Many people are looking at them godlike. Hello? So let's not create that culture simply by continuously talking about it. Yes, unfortunately it happened, and not only that it happened, it could have been easily diffused, but for whatever reasons, it went the way it went. If the election results were not so close behind, I don't think it would have happened that way. Yes, there is resentment, there is certain things happening in the society, so don't take that as everybody is attacking the doctors, they are not. Do not create that narrative, doctors can be beaten. No, nobody can be beaten, especially not a doctor.
We can have one last question from the audience.
Chetna. Hello. Namaskaram Sadhguruji. This is Akhileshwar Reddy, third year medical student. I have a question.
Speak up,
in Telugu society, in Indian society, parents take up the responsibility to educate the children, to direct them into right career, whereas in contrast in Western society, children take up their own choices to what they become and earn their living. So, how can this change in Indian society?
I do not get the context of the question. You're saying here parents are supporting the children till they finish their education, or they're deciding what course you should take?
Deciding to pay the fees, they make their main choice of career.
Please, why don't you hold the microphone here? I know you want to speak from your heart, but it works better here.
Parents choose children's career, their life, what they become.
Is that so? They try to advise you a little forcefully. But I don't think they decide completely. They encourage you. If you don't go to what they want, your mother won't eat. Your father acts depressed. A little drama will happen at home. But if you are very clear where you want to go, you will cross the drama. But you yourself do not know what you want to do. Maybe you decided better to take advice from them. From somewhere you're taking advice, isn't it? Either from your friends, or from your teachers, or from your parents, or generally the trend in the society, you're taking advice from somewhere. So in that, parents also have a stake. Unless you are very clear what you want to do. I think most people, when they decide this, they're 17, 18 years of age, they have no clue what they want to do. They are being decided by social trends of the day. So why can't parents also have their say? They'll also have their say. So the most important thing is, there are two ways to decide a career. What is needed in the world today? Or what is it that I genuinely want to do? Do I have such a specific kind of inclination that I want to do only this? Let's say I want to be an artist. Now I have a certain talent. I don't want my talent to go by going to a medical college, if I have the talent. But I just went and saw a movie yesterday where in that hero was an artist. Because of that, a very pretty girl came and married him. Now, because of that, you want to become an artist, you don't know what's a brush and paint. Now parents will say, shut up and go to medical college. If you don't get that, go to engineering college. This is how Indian parents are thinking, because you must understand, in the previous generation, if you did not get the right education, you will end up on the street. Today's situation is little better. If you don't do this, you could do something else. But in the previous generation, their fear was always this: if my child doesn't get an education where job is certain, what will happen, what will happen, what will happen? They're coming from that. You have to give an allowance to that, you can't just ignore that. But if you are very clear, what is it that you are talented for, what is it that you are going to do, anyway that's going to happen, isn't it? So, it is not a question of Western and Eastern thing, West in something else is happening. You must see, I've been to so many universities across America and Europe. What I see is, in almost all the top universities, the students who are doing really well are just Indians, Chinese and Jews. The white Americans are really down because all these three societies have good parental support. Unfortunately for the white kids, the local Americans, except for certain families, most of them are out of their family by the time they're 18, they're living with their boyfriend or girlfriend, managing all that, they're working part-time and they're trying to study. Of course you get tired. What will you drop? Job or education? Education. Most people drop the education, so their numbers have dwindled. So small it's become. You really go to any top university and see, everywhere there used to be too many Indians, but today there are more Chinese, second is Indians, third is Jewish people. All of them have solid family support. They don't have to go and work somewhere, they don't have to do something. All the parents want is you study, and they come to the university, sit there and see if they're studying or not, what's happening, everything. The other kids are just drunk in the evening, doing those things. If that's what you want to do, it's fine. But But that's not called education, that's all. After some time, in the society, who will dominate the situation will be determined by who gets educated, isn't it? So in that concern, parents want to push, but I don't think that time is gone. For most of you, if you show a certain kind of affinity or talent towards something, I don't think cruelly somebody will push you into one thing. It is just that if your father happens to be a physician, he wants you to be a physician. I've gone through plenty of that, okay? So, that'll happen, but you must be clear what you want. When you don't know what you want, maybe it's better to listen to somebody who seems to know a little better.
Thank you, Sadhguru, for answering all our questions so patiently. Because of time constraint, I'm sure there are many more people who are waiting for your answers, but because of time constraint, we'll have to end this here. Okay. Can we extend it to one more question?
Yes, please.
Namaskaram, Sadhguru. I'm a huge fan of you.
Oh, not able to see you, huh? If you're a fan, why are you there? You must be in the ceiling.
Sadhguru, I'm so curious to know everything about life and this creation. So I have so many questions to ask. But you know everything, Sadhguru. So I want to know every information you know. So how can I gain that information, everything you know?
See, this is not about information. Even yesterday this came up, I don't know why all Telugu people asking same question. See, there are different dimensions of human intelligence. Right now, you have an education system which is leaning on just one dimension of your intelligence, which is called as buddhi or the intellect. You're simply depending upon intellect. Intellect is like this. I'm going to ask you a question, all of you should answer, okay? Do you want your intellect sharp or blunt? So you understand that intellect is like a knife. It's a cutting instrument, it's a scalpel. So if I want to dissect you, I need a sharp knife. So if I dissect you, suppose I really want to know you, shall I dissect you? Hello? That's the way to know, that's the way you know human body. So if I dissect you, will I know you? I may look at your kidney, liver, spleen, this, that, but I cannot know you because you will be gone. You have dissected frogs and cockroaches at one time, have you, or has it stopped? Stopped. When we were studying, we had to dissect these things. And we open up the frog, poor thing is nailed like Jesus Christ, nailed to the wood. And his heart is beating, the teacher coming and telling, heart is beating like this is happening, this is happening. I'm just looking and thinking, what is the damn frog thinking about me? You know? Of course he can understand that much. What kind of an idiot is this, that he opens up my body, looks at the heart pumping and says, heart is pumping nicely. You would have just asked him, he would have told you, yes, it's beating. So, by dissection, you can only know certain things, physical things you can know. You cannot know life by dissection. But right now, you only have a cutting instrument, for everything same. See, if you want to cut something, knife is a useful instrument. Suppose I want to sew my clothes, if I use a knife, it'll be in tatters. That's all that's happening to human life right now. Because they're using a single dimension of intelligence for everything. They're using a knife to fix everything. I must tell you, there was a time when I crisscrossed India on my motorcycle. So I'm somewhere between Madhya Pradesh and UP, early morning, whole night I'm like this, day and night I will ride without sleep. Up to 3 days, no sleep, I will be just riding simply, no destination. Simply I enjoyed seeing India. Simply I rode, not to any particular destination. So full night I have been riding. Early morning around 6:30, I come to a place where there's one little tea shop. I stop there and those days and even now, if you're riding a chain-driven motorcycle, every few thousand kilometers you have to tighten the chain, otherwise it'll become slack. So my chain has become little slack. I have all the tools and everything to fix these things. But early morning, it's easy job to do, but your hands will become greasy, then you'll have to wash a lot to get the grease out. Then I sit down to have a tea, then I look, there is one little shack where is written Mubarak Mechanical Works. So I thought, anyway, Mubarak Mechanical Works, I saw a strapping young youth. I said, hey, come here. I said, this chain is loose, can you fix it? He said, no problem, I can fix it. Then he went inside his shack and came back with a chisel and a hammer. And I looked at it and said, what? You going to fix my chain with chisel and hammer? He said, yeah, I can do it, I can do it. I said, just wait. I walked down to his garage, Mubarak Mechanical Works, I walked inside. All he's got is a chisel and hammer. And he will repair anything in your motorcycle. But after he does it, that's it. After that, nobody can open or close anything. With the chisel and hammer, he opens the bolt, nut, everything and does work, but after that it's finished. I said, no, you're not going to touch my motorcycle I will do it. Why I'm telling you this is, right now most human beings have become Mubarak Mechanical Works. They only have a knife. With a knife, they're trying to fix everything. It doesn't matter, see, just look at this and see. Is it the educated people or the uneducated people who are ruining this planet right now? Arre, education should have brought more sense, isn't it? No, they're trying to fix everything with a knife. The cutting instrument, they're trying to do all activity. There will be a mess. That goes for a doctor also. A more holistic approach is needed, especially with medicine, with all aspects of life for that matter. So, the important thing is this, there are other dimensions of intelligence. We have buddhi, ahankara, manas, chitta, like this. In yoga, we look at human mind as 16 different dimensions. These 16 dimensions have different approaches to life. If you do not cultivate all those, you are only thinking of life as storing information. No, you don't have to store information. It's like this. How much time do you spend in front of the mirror?
Half of my day.
Half of your day?
Not enough.
Okay. I didn't think a doctor got so much time to spend in front of the mirror. Anyway, whatever time. Suppose the mirror that you're using at home had memory and remembered at least 10% of what it has seen. Today, if you went and stand in front of that mirror, it would be a total mess or no? Hello? The reason why a mirror is showing you just the way you are is because it has no memory. It might have seen 10,000 people, but it has no memory. Because of this, it simply sees everything just the way it is. This is what you need to do to your mind, it takes some work. Right now, you are totally leaning on one aspect, which is the intellect. Tell me, if I take away your memory, would your intellect be of any use? Hello? Your intellect is useless without the backing of the memory, isn't it? So that is what the problem is. Like I said earlier, your memory is your knowledge and it's your limitation because it sets a boundary. What I know, what I do not know is a boundary, isn't it, between me and something else. If you want to breach that boundary, you must understand experientially the intelligence of ignorance, because memory is not the way. Memory is a very small thing, it'll help you to survive. It will not show you anything else. It will only recycle the same stuff over and over again. Recycling something cannot be considered intelligent. Machine can do that. You will see in the next 10, 20 years, you will see everything that you think is knowledge will be useless. Scholars who read 10 books, suddenly they become very important. If you read 10 books, you become a scholar. If you just read one book, you become a religious person. And suddenly, by reading one book, how did you become a representative of God? I don't understand. Just reading a single book. We must look at this because this is very important. Human memory is very small. My phone has more memory than you, it has 600 GB. It can do 10 PhDs in a day. Yes. So, people who are reading something, remembering something and they're doing something great, those days are over. What you need is, you need an incisive intelligence which sees everything just the way it is. For this you need a plain mirror which doesn't remember anything but simply reflects what is there. If you want to work on it, please come, you're a big fan, we'll hang you somewhere. Thank you very much. Whatever you do, this is a great possibility that you are in a medical school, still in the world, most of the population is unserved. So, please, whatever you do, wherever you go, just know this one thing, that when people are sick, they are down. And when people are down, they need the best treatment. Hello? And I'm standing, you can fight with me. When I'm down, you must treat me gently, isn't it? Hello? So, just know people who are coming to you, in some way they are down. You must give the best that you have to that person. Just do this one thing as a doctor, even if you don't become super specialist, just this will do wonderful things to people. Thank you very much.
Good for their well-being, not up.
The future of the feminine. At this time, I'd like all of you to please turn off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. This conversation is being broadcast live. I'd also like to welcome everyone who's in the hall who did not make it into the auditorium. Thank you for coming this far, for being here. It's such a wonderful turnout. So please keep your cell phones off. We ask that you don't have any photographs. We'd like to have this moment with Sadhguru and Julie without any photographs. and we ask that you please remain seated until the entire conversation and event is over. This event with Sadhguru in Kenya is actually a curtain raiser for the International Day of Yoga, which has been proclaimed on June 21st. We're so lucky to have Sadhguru in Africa to honor the International Day of Yoga. In fact, after this event, Sadhguru will also go to the United Nations in New York to open the International Day of Yoga. So we're very blessed to have him here before he goes to the United Nations. I would like at this point to show you a video on the International Day of Yoga, which the Isha Foundation and Sadhguru had participated in last year. Please, everyone, orient yourselves to the screens to watch the video of Isha Yoga and International Day of Yoga. Thank you.
Over 15,000 years ago, since Adiyogi, many things have happened in terms of propagating yoga, in terms of reaching out. Many administrations in the form of kings took to yoga. For the first time, the head of a major nation on the planet is talking about yoga in public, in international fora. Please. What all this front row, usually in cinema theaters there used to be front row fans who'll throw paisa and all that, don't do that, huh?
Namaskaram Sadhguruji, thank you so much for coming here today. Ever since we heard that you would be coming to our campus, all of us have been eagerly waiting for this day.
Thank you.
We've had registrations pouring in, like over 1,000 people, as you can see. And over the last few weeks, we've also had lots of questions pouring in from students. So today, the three of us, on behalf of our student body, we would like to ask you some of the questions that they wanted to have answered during the session. So,
hello, Sadhguruji, Namaskaram. My name is Mohinish. I'm a final year mechanical engineering student here at SSN.
Namaskaram Sadhguru. My name is Tejas and I'm a computer science student in my final year.
my name is Shruti. I'm a final year from Electrical and Electronics Engineering. So without any further ado, let's dive into the questions. So coming to the first question, a significant population in our world identifies as religious. And they do so for a number of reasons. Some of them state it's for peace or a way of life or some direction. And they bring up their children with religion. They sort of imbibe values and principles using religion as a channel. But on the other hand, we have some people whose values are so deeply entrenched in religion that religion ends up becoming the first priority and humanity ends up becoming the second. And we see examples of this. For example, when people oppose interreligion marriages or religious riots, or in extreme cases, terrorism. So why not live in a world without religion? Why not teach our children and the future generations values and principles without introducing religion?
I see the question is popular. We need to understand this. A human being has many dimensions to himself or herself. In these various dimensions of who we are, I will not go into all aspects of it. One fundamental dimension is, doesn't matter where you are in your life, you want to be something more. Right now, you will be thinking, if I just pass my examinations, that's good enough. But the moment you pass, you know it's meaningless. You want to find a job. The moment you find a job, you know that's meaningless, you want something else. It just goes on like this. Doesn't matter where you are, you want to be something more. So to address this longing for a human being to continuously expand, people have found various kinds of solutions. These solutions over a period of time have gotten concocted into all kinds of philosophies, ideologies, belief systems and become variety of what you may say as religion. But essentially, it is this longing that people want to expand, they don't know how, and each one finds their own way. Now, today's way is, your idea of expansion is how many followers you got on the Facebook or Instagram. You have 1,000, you want 10,000, you have 10,000, you want 1,000,000. Well, that's your way, that's your religion right now. You need to understand this. Well, maybe in another 50, 100 years, there may be a FB religion. I'm saying if it gathers enough following, it becomes that. It is for this reason, in this culture, we created a mechanism, which unfortunately, today there are some issues, but I want you to look back and see. In this culture, because people need an icon to look up to aspire for as the highest quality in their life. For this, we created what is called as deity. I want you to look at this with an open mind, not with the narrative that's going on in Chennai, okay? They created idols and deities. You must understand this. There are approximately 33 million gods and goddesses in this country. And this happened when our population was that much. That means each person had his own deity. See, if you have one deity, you have one deity, you have one deity, there's no quarrel, isn't it? If you three together have one deity and I have another one, now there's a fight. I have my own, you have your own, she has her own, he has her own. What's the problem? Hello? So we call this Ishta Devata. That is, you can create your own god. This is the only and only culture on the planet which has been conscious that God is our making for our needs, according to the needs that we have. We want money, we have one kind of God. We want peace, we have another kind of God. We want security, we have another kind of God. For every need, we created a form. One thing is, it may be on one level, it's just a psychological process. On another level, there is a science to this, that we created certain energy forms which would function in a certain way. If I say this, unless I go into the entire science of it, there'll be many gaps and there'll be many questions will pop up. But the moment this gets endorsed by the Western world, questions disappear in most educated people's minds, unfortunately. Hello? it must get endorsed by the Western society, then suddenly it's perfect. Nobody asks any question, so let me endorse it. Man from Tamil Nadu, name Ramanujam, you heard of him? Ramanujam? Yeah. Did not get any PhD in mathematics, did not go to any big college, just simply started pouring mathematics. If he was here, by now he would have vanished. You would not have heard of him, please know this. He went to England, That's the thing He went to England and there they were flabbergasted. How does this mathematics come? From where? Well, a whole lot of things he himself could not explain, but the mathematics that he wrote down in his notebooks in 1908 got endorsed somewhere in 1994 or 96, saying that this math that he's talking about is the backbone for proving that there are black holes. I want you to understand, in 1908, there was no concept of black hole in the scientific community. Normally the way science proceeds is a concept, then a theory, then the math. But this man just poured out math for which there is no concept, there is no theory, there is no idea of that in anybody's mind, but he writes the mathematics for that. Sitting on his deathbed, he poured mathematics. People asked, where is this coming from? In his words, he said, my Devi bleeds mathematics. This is what he said, because he is a worshipper of a certain deity. She's his window to the existence. So this is what deities are if they're properly created. People keep asking me, Sadhguru, where is all this knowledge coming from? You just have to open a window. What kind of window you find is up to you. But this is what energy forms were. Today, in some gross logic, very basic logic, people are trying to deny everything just because there is a certain amount of dogma gotten mixed up with this, certain amount of blind belief systems mixed up with this. Now you're trying to throw the entire thing out. This will be the dumbest thing to do, because the strength of this culture, the intellectual development of this culture and the achievements of this culture essentially depended on this, that we learn to open windows into cosmic space and know knowledge, not by book, not by learning, simply by sheer perception. So this is how the culture grew. You need to understand this is a godless culture. There is no the god in this culture. All the people you worship, your Rama, Krishna, Shiva, all these people are people who walked this geography at one time. You cannot say they did not walk because they're still… Rama is still having real estate issues. And all of them, they did not fall from the sky, they did not appear somewhere. No, they were normal birth for their mothers, they grew up, they went to the trials and tribulations of life, more drama than what happens in your lives, all kinds of struggles. But the reason why we worship them is not because they were perfect human beings, they had all the troubles. But whatever the trouble, doesn't matter what life threw at them, their way of being was not disturbed, they were above it. And this is all you can do in your life. What life throws at you is not your choice, it'll throw all kinds of things at you. What you make out of it is 100% your choice. If you choose this, we will worship you in this country because you're free. Because the only value we have in this culture, which this generation is forgetting, if you just talk to your mother, grandmother, for sitting down, standing up, they'll say mukti, moksha. Because the highest value is liberation, highest value is not God, highest value is not heaven, highest value is liberation, to become free from the process of life, to live here in such a way that life can do what it wants, but I will do what I wish consciously, it doesn't matter what life does, I will do only what I want. This is freedom. This is the only thing we value, this is the only thing we bow down to. This is not a religion, this is an empowerment of life. But various other places they invented and they said there's one God up there and he will manage everything for you. Well, do one thing, you leave your examination, engineering examination to your God, let me see how he handles it. So am I talking about atheism? No. I want you to understand, what is considered theism and what is considered as atheism are not two different things. Both of them believe something that they do not know. One believes there is God, another believes there is no God. Why are you so stupid and arrogant? Why can't you say you don't know? The fact is you do not know, isn't it? Hello? Why is it though so difficult for a human being to say, I do not know? I do not know is the greatest possibility in your life. The moment you say, I do not know, the longing to know, wanting to know, seeking to know and the possibility of knowing becomes reality in your life. Everything you do not know, you believe. You become dead when you're alive. Yes. If you believe something, the advantage of believing something is you get confidence. Confidence without clarity is the greatest disaster that is happening on this planet right now. When there is no clarity, there must be hesitation. Hello? Yes or no? Confidence is not a substitute for clarity. Unfortunately, religions in the world, even all the other kinds of philosophies, I believe in myself, not God anymore, I believe in myself. You trying to build confidence instead of sharpening your clarity. Confidence is not a substitute for clarity. Confidence without clarity is the greatest disaster that human beings are unfolding on this planet. See, suppose I want to walk through you, but my vision is not clear. I must at least be hesitant and seek help, please, can you help me? No, I'm confident. What'll happen? I'll step on everybody's face. But that's what they're doing. Those who are confident without clarity are stepping on everybody's faces and they're super confident because they're going to heaven. Hello? See, those who believe that there is a heaven, in their mind, if there is a heaven, they must proceed today, isn't it? The greatest crime that has been perpetrated upon the humanity is the idea of heaven. That there is a better place than this to live. This is the worst idea that has destroyed humanity. You are not eating well, you have no food, don't worry when you go there. Lot of food. Your life is not good, don't worry, when you go sit in God's lap, everything is fantastic. No, I want you to know, either you can make this into heaven or you can make this into hell. It's in our hands. Are we going to turn this into heaven or hell? This is the only place. The idea that there is a better place is the disastrous idea. If there is a better place, please go now. Hello? Why are you staying here and talking about better place? Why are you asking me to go? Why don't you go? Hello? If genuinely you're dead sure there is a better place, you must go right now, isn't it? Now you want other people to go. What is this? So these kind of nonsensical ideas have been flown for too long. It's time to end it. But this is not atheism or theism. This is just being a sensible human being. What I know, I know. What I do not know, I do not know. What's the problem?
Sadhguru, my question to you is, it feels like at every point of human history, for society, there's always been this one challenge or one reckoning. For instance, for most of human history, a society's main issue would have been to protect itself from outsiders. In my opinion, right now, humanity's or society's issue is climate change or nuclear war. So it feels like solving this has been society's or the general consciousness's main purpose. My question is, suppose humanity makes it past this very tumultuous phase we're in right now. What would we do if we reach an ideal society where everyone is peaceful and together? What would our end game be? What would we strive towards?
No. Is it a deal between you and these guys? See, look at it this way, because you can't really figure what all these people want. Look at yourself. Right now you're thinking you want to become an engineer. Let's say right now I make you an engineer, this moment. Then you're thinking you need a job. I got your job. Then you're thinking you need a promotion. I got you. Then you think you need an award. I got you. Then you think you need wealth. I got you right now. Everything that you can dream of, I got you right now. What do you want now? Yeah, I can do that for you.
Let's say I want a job.
Huh?
I'm striving for a job right now.
Yes. Now, we are looking at the end game, right? You got everything you wanted right now. Things that you can imagine, things that you cannot imagine right now, everything you got right now. What do you want right now?
I wouldn't know what to do.
Just look at it, huh? See, when you say this, what it means is, all you want in your life, what you're seeking is struggle. To get a job, it must take 3 years, then you will feel, wow, I got a job. Look at all the people who have good jobs, look at them walking on the street. Are they going blissfully, dripping ecstasy? Hello? Miserable guys, they're getting blood pressure, going to work. They're getting all kinds of ailments, they're freaking out. Yes? So what do you want?
I don't know anymore.
That's good. I do not know, I like that. Because actually you do not know. Everybody keeps fooling themselves at every step in their life, thinking, what I want is, I want to become an engineer, I want to become an engineer. It'll keep you busy for 5-7 years. Then I want job, it keeps you busy for another 1 or 2 years. Then I want this kind of job, that keeps you busy for another 8-10 years. I want that much money, that much wealth, that keeps you busy for another 25 years. I want this kind of girl, that kind of boy, that keeps you busy for a few years. Then children will come, I want my child to become this. Well, we are preparing for your funeral. You need to understand just this. Right now, you may be giving all kinds of contexts to your life. But essentially, what you call as my life right now is just a certain combination of time and energy. Yes? As you sit here, time is rolling away for all of us. Can you roll it back? You're an engineer. Can you roll it back? Yesterday was not fruitful, so I'll roll it back. Can you? It's rolling away for all of us. As we sit here, what is ticking away here is not the clock. What is ticking away is our life, isn't it? Since we came and sat here, you're half an hour closer to your grave. It doesn't matter how young you are getting there, isn't it? Yes or no? So it's a certain amount of time, and that time nobody can manage because it rolls at the same pace for everybody. You do something, you don't do anything, you sleep, you're awake, you're happy, you're unhappy, do whatever the hell you want, it just keeps rolling mercilessly, isn't it? So there is energy that you call as life. This, you can pitch it at different levels. If you're like this, I'm talking about the classroom expression, you know. If you're like this, 24 hours feel like 1,000 years. But have you seen on a certain day you're very happy, 24 hours, poof, went off like a moment? Yes or no? So, time is a very relative experience in individual subjective experiences. If you're joyful, if you live 100 years, it feels like a few moments, it's gone. Only miserable people will have a long life. Because if you're miserable, you'll always feel life is too long that you will want to cut it short. But if you're joyful, the possibility that a human being holds, before you look around, it's over, really. But what possibility this carries? So what you need to manage is your energies, because life is a certain amount of energy, it's not limitless, but it can be enhanced. If you function at one level of energy, what you do in 10 years' time, if you function at a different level of energy, the same thing you can do in 1 year's time. So if both people live for 100 years, in terms of impact and profoundness of experience, one has lived for 1,000 years, another has lived for 100 miserable years. So this is all you can do. You may think right now, engineer, this one, that one, these are all limited contexts you're setting for yourself. Fundamentally as a life, it's just time and energy, isn't it? The question is what you make out of it. Do you want to make something out of it? There's no compulsion you have to make something out of it. When I say making something out of it is not a social phenomena I'm talking. What should you become in the society? That's not what I'm talking. Fundamentally, you have come here in terms of life is you want to experience life. Question is how profoundly. Right now, if people want to experience life, what are they experimenting with? They will experiment… not this, this. Yeah, I know you guys. Or they'll experiment this, or they'll experiment something else. What they will experiment is how to down your faculties. You know, United States has made marijuana legal in a few states. So when I went to a few colleges or universities, they're asking me, Sadhguru, why don't you pitch? Someone like you must legalize marijuana for us. I said, no problem, we'll make marijuana legal, cocaine legal, meth legal. What's the problem? No problem. Only thing is, why is it that you want it to be legal? So that you can smoke up and come to the college, right? It's fine. But let's say you want to fly a small airplane, the pilot comes smoked up. You want to fly with him? Because the guy is already flying without the airplane. Okay, you're not getting the point. You need a major surgery and the surgeon comes smoked up. You want this surgery? Oh no. Then you clearly understand this lowers your faculties. I want all of you to look at this. Do you believe you can enhance life by lowering your faculties? Hello? If you want to enhance this life, you must super enhance your faculties. That's the only and only way you can enhance this life.
Lately, we've been chatting about plans for this weekend.
But a lot of people have a weekend routine. So how do you talk about that?
Let's listen to Fatou and Céline.
Tu fais quoi le dimanche? Je vais au restaurant avec un ami. Et toi?
Le dimanche, je cuisine avec ma sœur. If Fatou wanted to ask Céline about her plans for this Sunday, she would say, "Tu fais quoi dimanche?" or "What are you doing Sunday?"
But instead, she said, "Tu fais quoi le dimanche?"
Le in le dimanche changes on Sunday to on Sundays. So, tu fais quoi le dimanche means what do you do on Sundays?
Add that one little word, le, and we're talking about routine.
And the same applies to all of the rest of the days of the week, too.
Let's practice tu fais quoi le samedi? Or what do you do on Saturdays? Repeat after me. Le samedi. Tu fais quoi le samedi?
Let's hear the rest of Fatou and Céline's conversation again.
Je vais au restaurant avec un ami. Et toi?
Le dimanche, je cuisine avec ma sœur.
Céline goes au restaurant with a friend or un ami.
And Fatou said, le dimanche, je cuisine avec ma sœur. On Sundays, I cook with my sister.
Notice how she used le dimanche again.
Now, why don't you try asking me about le dimanche?
Ask Estelle what she does on Sundays. Excellent. Tu fais quoi le dimanche?
Moi, je vais au café le dimanche. But if I were back home, I'd be just like Fatou, cooking and eating with my family. It's a big tradition of France.
France.
Oui, c'est ça. Those Sunday meals are something I miss.
Well, you gotta start a new tradition aux États-Unis, preferably involving cooking delicious meals avec moi chaque dimanche.
Deal.
So, we've been talking about our Sunday routines.
Let's start by listening to deux amis, Stéphane and Anaïs.
Anaïs left home for school this year. Now her friend Stéphane is calling to catch up, and he wants to know about her new routine.
Try to catch the question Stéphane asks Anaïs.
Tu fais quoi le dimanche?
Le matin, je vais au parc.
Et le soir?
Je mange avec mes amis.
Stéphane's question was, tu fais quoi le dimanche? You'll remember from last time, that's what do you do on Sundays?
Anaïs replied, Le matin, je vais au parc. That means in the morning, I go to the park.
Notice how Anaïs said le matin to mean you can use le to describe regular events with time or morning and après-midi or afternoon.
So le matin means in the morning, and le soir is in the evening. Let's hear the rest of Stéphane's conversation with Anaïs again.
Et le soir?
Je mange avec mes amis. At the next light, turn left.
Le soir? Or, and in the evening? She said that she eats with her friends. Je mange avec mes amis.
At the light, turn left onto Major Mackenzie Drive West. Repeat after me. Le matin. Le soir. Tu fais quoi le soir? Time to talk about what you do on Sundays. Tu fais quoi le soir?
Say that in the evening you eat avec ta famille or with your family. Très bien. Le soir, je mange avec ma famille. So if you were in France, what would you normally eat on Sundays with your family, Estelle?
Nous mangeons une raclette le dimanche, especially when the weather is a little colder.
What's une raclette?
Well, you take a block of raclette cheese and you melt it on a grill. Then you scrape the melted part onto potatoes and cold cuts.
Stop. You had me at melted cheese. We should make la raclette our new Sunday tradition.
You're in for a treat. Let's practice at the next light. Turn right.
Remember that if we want to talk about what happens every week, we use le ahead of the day.
Let's start with on Fridays and on Saturdays.
After me. Le vendredi. C'est quoi le samedi?
At the light, turn right onto McNorth Road East. And in the evening.
Repeat after me.
In 1.6
Tu fais quoi le soir?
In 1.1 kilometers, turn right onto Keel Street.
Le soir, je mange avec ma famille. Now imagine you're chatting with a French-speaking colleague, Françoise. She's kind of mysterious, and you're curious about how she spends her time.
Ask Françoise what she does on Sundays, le dimanche. Très bien. Tu fais quoi le dimanche? Le matin, je vais à la plage. Go past this light. Then at the next one, turn right. Sunday morning.
But how does she spend the rest of the day?
Use le soir to ask Françoise what she does in the evening. Parfait. Tu fais quoi le soir? Le soir, je cuisine avec ma famille. Et toi? Tell Françoise you eat with your friends, tes amis, on Sundays. Le dimanche. C'est super. Le dimanche, je mange avec mes amis.
Speaking of eating with friends on Sundays, tu manges de la raclette avec moi dimanche, Estelle?
Oui, bud. I've already bought a block of raclette cheese.
Only one?
Yup. La raclette is all about sharing, Paul.
I can't wait.
In 7.7 kilometers, take exit 73 onto Dufferin Street and County Road 53. Seulement. Seulement. Écrivez. Seulement. Avec. Crayon. Quand. Je. Étais. Des. 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 Crayon. Des. Et. Quand. Des crayons. Quand. Était. Petite. C'est vendredi.
Pardon, Estelle, but did you just say woof?
Non, Paul. I'm not un chien. I said oof. It's what we say in France instead of phew.
Okay, I misheard you. You said ouf, c'est vendredi, because you're relieved it's Friday.
Exactement. Vendredi. Ouf, c'est vendredi.
Pardon, Estelle, but did you just say woof?
Non, Paul. I'm not un chien. I said oof. It's what we say in France instead of phew.
Okay, I misheard you. You said ouf, c'est vendredi, because you're relieved it's Friday.
Exactement. Vendredi, or Friday, is one of my favorite days. Just like samedi et dimanche, Saturday and Sunday.
I love all the days, but let's just look at the sounds in your favorites. Vendredi et dimanche. En is in dimanche, and en is in vendredi.
Dimanche. Vendredi.
So aujourd'hui c'est vendredi, you're hanging out with me. Et demain, tomorrow, tu fais quoi demain?
Demain, je vais à la plage. Tomorrow, I'm going to the beach.
Cool, j'adore la plage. In case you didn't catch that, I just asked Estelle, tu fais quoi demain? Which means, what are you doing tomorrow?
Tu fais quoi means, what are you doing? And demain means tomorrow.
You can also use tu fais quoi any day of the week to ask what your friend's plans are. For example, tu fais quoi vendredi is, what are you doing Friday?
And tu fais quoi dimanche? What are you doing Sunday? Your turn. Repeat after me. Tu fais quoi? Tu fais quoi demain? Tu fais quoi dimanche? You know that I'm going to the beach tomorrow, but we haven't heard from Paul yet. Why don't you ask him? Ask Paul what he's doing tomorrow. Bravo. Tu fais quoi demain?
Nothing. That's why I asked Estelle what she was doing.
Come à la plage with me? You know, I take a yoga class there chaque samedi, every Saturday.
Sounds perfect. My downward dog is a little rusty, but I'll try to keep up.
Super. It'll be great to have company. So cool. We talked a lot about our weekend plans last time.
But enough about us. Let's hear friends Laetitia and Celine talking about what they're doing this weekend.
Tu fais quoi samedi? Je vais au musée d'Orsay samedi. Et toi? Samedi, je vais au jardin du Luxembourg.
You heard Laetitia ask Céline, tu fais quoi samedi? You might remember from last time that means, what are you doing Saturday? What did Laetitia and Céline say their plans were?
Turns out they're both planning on seeing a little of Paris's culture. Céline said, Je vais au musée d'Orsay samedi. She's going to the Orsay Museum, a famous museum in Paris, on Saturday.
And Laetitia's going to another famous Parisian landmark. She said, Samedi, je vais au Jardin du Luxembourg. That means on Saturday, I'm going to the Luxembourg Gardens.
Notice how in English we add on here. I'm going there on Saturday. But in French, we never do that.
Let's hear that again.
Je vais au musée d'Orsay samedi. Et toi?
Samedi, je vais au Jardin du Luxembourg.
Your turn. Repeat after me.
In 2 kilometers, take exit 73 onto Dufferin Street and County Road 53.
Easy. Samedi. Samedi, je vais au parc.
Now, imagine you're in Paris and you've been busy touring museums and shopping all week.
Your friend Etienne asks you about your plans for Saturday. Tu fais quoi samedi?
Reply that you're going to the park, au parc, on Saturday. C'est bien. Je vais au parc samedi. If you've never seen le Jardin du Luxembourg in real life, you can see it in paintings by some of the great artists. Use the right lane to take exit 73 onto Dufferin Street and County Road 53.
Paul?
Pardon. What?
Didn't I show you the painting I did of your Jardin du Luxembourg?
No, but I'd love to see it. It's so cool that you did that.
When in Rome.
For Paris. Take the exit, then turn right onto Dufferin Street.
You can do it en français.
Let's practice all we learned in the last 2 lessons.
First,
at the light, use the right lane to turn onto Dufferin Street. Repeat after me. Tu fais quoi demain? Tu fais quoi samedi? Tu fais quoi dimanche? Turn right.
Now, let's review some ways to answer those questions.
Repeat after me. Je vais au cinéma demain. Je vais au parc samedi.
You're all set to chat about the weekend ahead with your friends.
Imagine it's vendredi or Friday, and you're in the office chatting with your work friend, Anaïs.
Ask Anaïs what she's doing tomorrow or demain. Tu fais quoi demain?
Demain, je vais au cinéma. Et toi? In 4.6 kilometers, turn left onto Major Mackenzie Drive West.
Très bien. Je vais au parc.
Stay in the middle 2 lane. Bonjour Paul, ça va?
Bonjour Estelle, ça va très bien. Et toi?
Ça va bien, merci.
Great, so we're both doing well. Now, let's find out how French-speaking neighbors Samir and Laura are doing today. Bonjour, ça va?
Ça va très bien. C'est dimanche.
Non, c'est lundi.
Oh non, je travaille. Laura was feeling very good. And why did she say that was?
C'est dimanche. That means it's Sunday.
Laura doesn't work Sundays, and she's looking forward to her free time. But, non. It seems like she may have gotten mixed up.
Samir had to break the bad news to Laura. He said, "Mais non, c'est lundi." That means, but no, it's Monday.
And that put an end to Laura's happy Sunday feelings. In 8 kilometers, take exit 26 to merge onto Highway 407.
Mais non, c'est lundi.
Oh non, je travaille! Poor Laura. While she gets her act together, let's practice saying what day it is.
As you probably know, c'est means it's. Then you add the day. For example, dimanche. C'est dimanche. It's Sunday.
Or if today is Monday, c'est lundi. It's Monday.
Let's practice saying those.
Repeat after me. Lundi.
Okay, we'll turn off grading for now, but you can still follow along. Now, imagine that your friend has forgotten what day of the week it is. Remind him that it's Monday. Super. C'est lundi.
Have you ever got the day wrong, Paul?
I often wake up thinking it's mon anniversaire, my birthday.
Oh, Paul, you and your wishful thinking. But once a year, tu as raison.
So hungry, and I'm really craving sushi.
Me too. Nous allons au restaurant aujourd'hui?
In case you didn't catch that, Estelle just asked me, are we going to a restaurant today? Aujourd'hui means today.
Aujourd'hui. Let's practice saying it.
Repeat after me. Aujourd'hui.
You didn't answer my question, Paul. Nous allons au restaurant aujourd'hui?
Non, aujourd'hui, c'est mercredi.
I know today is Wednesday, Paul. Et?
Chaque mercredi, je mange avec Emma.
Every Wednesday you eat with Emma? Who is this mysterious Emma? And why have I never heard of her before?
C'est ma sœur. Chaque mercredi, je mange avec ma sœur Emma.
Ah, d'accord. Did you recognize that word that Paul used to tell me about his weekly dinner date with his sister? Chaque means every. Chaque mercredi means every Wednesday.
You can use it with any day of the week. Chaque lundi, je vais à la boulangerie. Every Monday, I go to the bakery.
Of course, you'd rarely hear a French person saying that. In France, people often go to la boulangerie chaque jour, or every day.
That's right. French bread doesn't last more than a day in my house. What's something you do every week, Estelle?
Chaque dimanche, je vais au café. Every Sunday, I go to the cafe.
Great, let's practice.
Your turn. Repeat after me. Chaque mercredi. Chaque lundi, je vais au café. Let's try that again with mercredi.
Say that every Wednesday, you go to the cafe. Chaque mercredi, je vais au café.
So, Paul, I guess I'm on my own for sushi this evening.
Manger avec ma sœur et moi?
I'd love to eat with you. And meet your sister, of course. I bet she has a ton of stories about you.
On second thought.
Now we're going to practice saying what day of the week it is.
Well, we only covered 3 days of the week so far. So I guess Estelle and I have less than a 50-50 chance of getting the day right where you are.
So far, we have dimanche, or Sunday, lundi, or Monday, and mercredi. In 2 kilometers, take exit 26 to merge onto Highway 407.
Repeat after me. C'est dimanche. C'est mercredi. Also learn how to talk about your routine. Check.
Maybe like me, you spend every Sunday, chaque dimanche, au café.
Repeat after me. Chaque dimanche. Chaque dimanche, je vais au café.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 26 to merge onto Highway 407.
Université or to university.
Say that every Wednesday you go to university. Excellent. Chaque mercredi, je vais à l'université.
You can also just live in the moment and talk about what you're doing aujourd'hui.
Take the exit, then keep left to merge onto Highway 407 West.
Aujourd'hui, je vais au restaurant.
Keep left to merge onto Highway 407 West. Okay, let's try one more. Imagine that you're staying in France. There's a very good chance that today you'll be heading to La Boulangerie. Say, today I'm going to the bakery. Bravo. Aujourd'hui, je vais à la boulangerie.
So why do the French buy their delicious bread chaque jour?
Well, le pain français is rock hard after one day. It's made without butter or oil, and that means it dries out quickly.
How did I not know that? Well, I guess it doesn't last that long when I'm around. Mes sœurs sont étudiantes.
Ma sœur est contente.
Ces filles sont intelligentes. Il est amusant. Et amusant.
Très intelligent.
Il est intelligent. Intelligent.
Elles sont intelligentes.
Elles sont intelligentes.
Ils sont intelligents.
Les filles sont amusantes. Les filles sont amusantes.
Maintenant,
Je visite la France.
davantage. Il va aux États-Unis. Elle va aux États-Unis.
Ils aiment les vacances. Vacances.
Mais vacances.
Non, pas maintenant. Pas maintenant.
You aime la
Elles vont au Japon.
Elle aime le Brésil. Je dois remplir un formulaire. Un formulaire.
Déjà. Déjà. Tu. Déjà. Aujourd'hui. Tu. Devrais. Yoga. Yoga. Faire. Du. Yoga.
Je suis pas que je mange bien.
Grâce aux avions, nous pouvons facilement voyager.
Maintenant, nous prenons l'avion pour voyager. Grâce à Internet, nous pouvons facilement parler avec nos amis à l'étranger.
Tu leur offres quoi?
Parfum. Ah, vert.
Écrivait. Seulement. Avec. Crayon. Quand je étais. Quand je étais crayon. Quand je étais petite.
Tu télécharges beaucoup de choses. C'est un magazine hebdomadaire.
Ne prends pas ces fraises parce qu'elles n'ont pas l'air fraîches. Ne prends pas ces fraises parce qu'elles n'ont pas l'air fraîches.
Intelligente.
Il a 3 fils.
Oui. Fred aime le chocolat.
Elle est amusante.
Mes parents sont mexicains.
Sont américaines. Américaines.
Ils sont amusants.
Ils sont amusants.
Elle a un fils. Ah. Un fils.
Elle est intelligente. Mes frères sont amusants.
Les filles mexicaines.
Cinéma. Je prends le bus. Boulangerie.
Le cinéma.
Nous habitons à Montréal.
J'aime la musique. Aime la musique.
Tu veux un chat?
Nous habitons à Berlin. Ah, Berlin.
Le parc.
Nous sommes à la boulangerie.
Bonne journée. Acheter.
Ça va très bien. Et toi?
Sixième.
Au revoir. Bonne journée.
Enchanté.
On peut.
Ça va très bien.
Bienvenue.
Bonjour. Bienvenue.
Gentil.
Une maison blanche.
Gentil. J'aime les fleurs.
Là. Fenêtre. Il ouvre le livre. Le livre. Tu. Là. Porte de la voiture.
Il y a un arbre. Il a un arbre.
Il y a 3 chaises.
Marie est gentille.
Chouette.
Un animal de compagnie.
Femme.
Ah.
Le grand-père de Marc. Le grand-père de Marc.
Louis. Louis. Le. Louis. Et X.
Thomas est mon grand-père. Mon père. Grand-mère.
Une chouette.
Espagne.
En Europe.
Et en Europe.
Tu habites à New York?
Elle habite à Paris.
En Espagne. J'habite à Paris. Habite à Paris.
J'étudie avec un professeur. Avec un professeur.
Elle est étudiante.
Brésil. Une église. Bon. Aux États-Unis.
Le château.
Oui. Vacances.
Les églises de Paris.
L'OM les États-Unis. M. Des États-Unis. J'aime les vacances. Aime les vacances.
Ils sont étudiants.
Professeur, ici.
Les garçons sont étudiants.
Journaliste. Ça va.
Bien. Alice est ma voisine. Blanc.
Blanche.
Voyage. Fou. Aujourd'hui.
Ma maison a 4 pièces. Ah, 4. Ma maison a 4 pièces. Chaise. Chaise. Ma maison a 4 pièces. Pièce.
Mes voisins sont gentils.
Fermé.
La voiture est grande.
Café.
Les restaurants sont grands.
Magasin.
Les supermarchés.
Où sont ces documents?
Les écoles sont petites. Sont petites. Les magasins sont grands. Sont grands.
acheter.
Ils ouvrent les fenêtres.
Sixième.
J'ouvre la fenêtre.
La fenêtre.
Elle s'ouvre les fenêtres. Elle ouvre les fenêtres. Ils ont beaucoup d'argent. Ils ont beaucoup de argent.
Beaucoup d'argent.
Tu prépares le café.
Si. Là. Sont. Bon.
Cette pizza est bonne.
Métier.
Numéro de portable.
Je écris un livre.
Tu écris une lettre.
Bon. Portable. Tu écris un message. Nous travaillons en France. En France.
Ton numéro de portable.
Chat.
Tu es un cheval? Chat.
Et garçon.
Une femme et un homme. Et documents sont sur mon bureau. C'est un cheval. Un cheval.
Cheval.
Un chat et un homme. Et un homme. Manger, manger, manger. Mange. Ils ouvrent les portes. Check. La chaise. Paul est mon voisin.
Il y a 3 chaises pour 4 personnes.
Nous ouvrons les portes.
Il y a 3 fenêtres. Il y a 3 fenêtres. Les voisins sont gentils. Sont gentils. Elles ouvrent les fenêtres. Les fenêtres.
Bonne nuit.
Salut, à demain.
Salut. Bonjour. Salut. Ça va bien. Salut. Soirée.
Ça va très bien, merci.
Demain. Paul. Paul. Paul.
Bonne soirée.
Salut Paul, comment ça va? Paul, comment ça va? Bonsoir, comment ça va? Bonsoir, comment ça va?
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Lin.
Bonjour, Thomas. Salut. Bonjour, Thomas. Ça va, et toi? Ça va très bien, et toi? Je vais à Bordeaux. Je vais à New York. Téléphone.
Il travaille à l'usine.
Usine.
Les lettres sont sur la table.
Écrit.
Beaucoup.
Ton stylo.
Les lettres sont sur la table.
Voyagez-vous aujourd'hui? Vous, aujourd'hui. J'écris beaucoup. Beaucoup.
Mon numéro de téléphone.
Un email.
Le bureau.
Fleur.
La voiture est blanche.
Paul est très gentil.
Il y a 3 arbres.
Les tables blanches.
Une porte blanche.
Il est gentil. Est gentil.
Alice est très gentille. Alice est très gentille.
Il ouvre la porte.
Il y a 3 chiens. Petit. Le magasin est petit. Une maison verte.
Une plante verte.
Les vélos.
Les chiens sont petits. Chiens sont petits. Le magasin est ouvert. Magasin est ouvert.
Les universités françaises.
Une pharmacie.
Tu visites les États-Unis?
Paul aime. Voyage.
Je voyage beaucoup.
Mexique est un pays.
Elle visite le musée, son mari visite le café. Le musée. Son mari visite le café.
Oh, visitons. New York.
Tu aimes voyager? Voyager.
Vous. Voyager. New. Ya. Vous. Visiter. New. Ya.
Tu voyages avec ta sœur? Voyage avec ta sœur.
M. La France.
Ce sont tes filles? Ce sont tes filles.
Elles sont très contentes.
C'est son bébé. Ce est son bébé.
Le bébé mange le livre de ses parents.
Les bébés mangent. Des bébés mangent.
Ce sont mes professeurs.
Maintenant, nous avons un appareil. Appareil. Photo. Photo. Appareil.
Sortant du hall de l'hôtel.
Nous prenons le métro et le tram. Et magazine hebdomadaire. Je t'achète un magazine.
Je. Seulement. Seulement. Écrivain. Seulement. Avec. Crayon. Quand. Je. Étais. Des. 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 Crayons. Des. Et. Quand. Des crayons. Quand. Était. Petite. Je. Suis. Quoi. À. Que. Je. Mange. Bien.
Tu. Lui. Enfant. Parfum.
Vous accueillez qui?
Vous nous accueillez chez vous.
Est-ce que tu peux donner ces documents à ton collègue? Document à ton collègue.
Je voudrais une ceinture nouvelle.
Nous sortons de l'ascenseur.
Tu en as 10?
Tu aimes faire de la randonnée. Tu me offres quoi?
Journaliste.
Une journaliste. Université. Julia est étudiante. Je étudie à Paris. Une université française.
Française. Tu. Étudie. Je suis professeur. Professeur.
Marie est étudiante.
Marie est étudiante.
J'habite en Europe.
Tu étudies.
Gare.
Tu prends une valise.
Avion.
Tu prends l'avion. Je vais à l'aéroport en taxi.
Le taxi.
Je va. Prends. Avion.
J'ai une voiture.
Tu. Va. À. Le. Gare.
Je. Et passeport.
Eddie est au supermarché. Une femme parle à Eddie.
Bonjour.
Ah, bonjour.
Êtes-vous médecin?
Moi, médecin. Oui, je suis médecin.
Super.
Eddie n'est pas médecin. J'ai 3 voitures. J'habite dans une grande maison.
Mon pantalon coûte très cher.
Ok, mais un homme a besoin d'un médecin. Il est très malade.
Eddie parle à une autre femme. Bonjour, vous êtes médecin?
Numéro.
J'écris un livre.
Oh. Tu utilises un ordinateur?
Un portable.
J'écris avec un stylo. Écris avec un stylo.
Mon numéro de portable.
Elle est au bureau.
Nous travaillons dans un bureau.
Tu utilises ton téléphone?
Il écrit. Tu travailles aux toilettes?
Il est aux toilettes. Il est aux toilettes. Il est aux toilettes. Il est aux toilettes.
Une femme américaine. Je me appelle Duo.
Il parle anglais.
Je suis espagnol.
Je m'appelle Paul. Je me appelle Paul.
Une fille mexicaine.
Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi.
Je suis américaine.
Comment tu t'appelles? Elle est anglaise? Tu parles français?
Julia est mexicaine.
Et comment tu t'appelles? Et comment tu t'appelles?
Vikram est dans un magasin. Une femme parle avec Vikram.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Vous travaillez ici? Très bien. J'ai besoin de vous. J'ai besoin d'un sac. Vous préférez le sac rouge? Ou le blanc?
Ok, très bien. Le rouge est grand. Le blanc est beau. Et il n'est pas cher. Il est super.
Très bien. Je veux le sac blanc. Merci beaucoup. Je paye où?
Je ne sais pas. Je ne travaille pas ici.
Huit.
Combien?
8. 8.
Le prix de la robe. Prix. Le pantalon coûte 4 euros.
Prix.
Ça coûte 7 euros.
Ce sac coûte 7 euros.
Là.
Prix. Où.
Voiture. 7.
8. 8.
Sept, 8. Prix. Le prix de la fleur.
Ta.
Ça. Chat.
Ta.
Ça.
Combien. Coûte. Ça.
Ce château coûte 8 euros.
Combien. Coûte. Coûte. Ça. Coûte. Lent.
Un. 3 chaises pour 4 personnes. Il ouvre le livre. Il ouvre le livre. Tu ouvres la fenêtre.
Nous ouvrons les portes.
Deux vaches et un cheval.
Tu ouvres la porte.
À demain.
Au revoir. À bientôt.
Bonsoir.
Bonjour Paul, enchanté. Bonjour Paul, enchanté.
Bonjour, Paul. Bonsoir, Marie. Bonsoir, Marie.
Bonne nuit, Marie.
Bonsoir Marie, ça va? Bonsoir Marie, ça va? Bonsoir, salut Marie, ça va?
À bientôt, Marie. Bientôt, Marie.
Bonjour Marie, enchantée.
Salut Paul, comment ça va?
Bonne nuit, Marie.
Enchanté. Hôpital.
Je vais au café.
Café. Les restaurants sont grands.
Le restaurant est ouvert.
5 vélos. 5 vélos.
Les tables sont grandes.
Où est l'hôpital?
Les universités françaises.
Une station verte. Une station verte.
Les pizzas sont grandes. Pas maintenant.
Rouge.
Où est ma chaussure? Pas maintenant. Les sacs coûtent 5 euros.
Je veux une veste rouge. Veux une veste rouge.
J'achète une veste.
Où est ma chaussure? Est ma chaussure.
Les vêtements coûtent 9 euros.
J'achète 6 sacs. J'achète 6 sacs.
Non, pas maintenant.
Vikram est dans un magasin. Une femme parle avec Vikram.
Bonjour,
Bonjour,
vous travaillez ici?
je...
Très bien. J'ai besoin de vous. J'ai besoin d'un sac. Vous préférez le sac rouge? Ou le blanc?
Ok, très bien. Et il est pas cher. Il est super.
Très bien. Je veux le sac blanc. Merci beaucoup.
Je ne sais pas. Je ne travaille pas ici.
Huit.
Combien?
Huit. Huit.
Le prix de la robe. Prix. Le pantalon coûte 4 euros.
Prix. Ça coûte 7 euros. Ce sac coûte 7 euros. Là.
Prix. Où?
Voiture. 7.
8. 8.
Sept, 8. Prix. Le prix de la fleur.
Ta.
Ça. Chat.
Ta.
Ça.
Combien? Coûte ça.
Ce château coûte
€8.
Combien? Coûte. Coûte. Ça. Coûte.
Eddie est au supermarché. Une femme parle à Eddie.
Bonjour,
Ah, bonjour.
êtes-vous médecin?
Moi, médecin. Oui, oui, je suis médecin.
Super.
Eddie n'est pas médecin. J'ai 3 voitures. J'habite dans une grande maison. Mon pantalon coûte très cher.
Ok, mais un homme a besoin d'un médecin. Il est très malade.
Eddie parle à une autre femme. Bonjour, vous êtes médecin?
Numéro.
J'écris un livre.
Oh. Tu utilises un ordinateur?
Un portable.
Écrit avec un stylo. Écrit avec un stylo.
Bon. Numéro 2. Portable.
Elle est au bureau.
Nous travaillons dans un bureau.